we got anybody in here. I know Leslie's in here. Everybody else is probably still watching Angry. Hello, hello. Hey, Monty, what's going on? Leslie, how you doing?
What up?
Mrs.
What up, everybody?
Prep and Plumber, what's going on? How's everybody doing tonight?
It's Friday night.
Yeah.
What do y'all think about that?
Do our hellos till we get a few people in here. JH556, what's going on?
Leslie, Prep and Plumber, Monty, Miss Prep and Plumber, Sandra Moody.
Leslie says, Ghost Prepper, I'm super excited. I planted my potatoes like your experiment ones, and I'm finally having some leaves pop up. Sweet. Awesome. Yeah, I'm very pleasantly surprised with the way my potatoes are growing. They're blowing up like crazy.
I know.
I
was tripping watching your videos too. I was like, man, damn, them some bitches is gone, boy. I mean, they're just blowing up.
Yeah.
That's the way I planted mine.
I think it's because of that bone meal and blood meal I mixed in there with them. I heard a lot of good stuff about that. It's the first time I ever used it. Seems pretty damn good. Plus, it's really loose soil, not dirt. Because potatoes like loose soil. Klingon Princess, what's going on? Mr. Bam Bam.
Bam Bam Simmons. That's a brother of mine.
I can tell. Prep and Plumber. First round on you.
He's one of my brothers. He's my fishing buddy. He's we're like brothers. I told him he watches some YouTube sometimes, and I told him he's been so busy working and stuff, and he ain't been really watching a lot of YouTube. And I was like, man, I've been doing a bunch of stuff, and so he's been kind of catching up. And I told him about your channel, and he's gonna check yours out, and so
Sweet.
he come over to hang out.
Cool. Welcome. Emily L. Hello. Virginia Roots. Howdy. Prepper Nerd. Welcome. Yeah, Angry. I was watching Angry show. He's got a pretty good show going on. Spotted Phone. Hello there. He was talking about supposed to be about food, but they ended up getting him off on a tangent. I think he pretty much he's like, man, I done waited too long to get out of the city. The prices are so high on everything now. He's pretty much, I think he's committed to riding it out.
Yeah. Oops. Yeah, and boy, I think it was last night or the night before. Man, there was a couple of them. Hey, Free Handley, what's up? Spotted Phone.
Lady Casca.
You know, the other night there was a couple of them. I guess trying to talk some crap to Angry Prepper, man, and he was man.
He don't.
No, he don't play at all.
No, he don't care.
Dude, he had me. He was going off on them jokers, man, and he had me laughing so hard, man. God dang, dude. Oh, Angry's funny.
Yeah, I got some storms, but I got them 2 days ago. I got them on Wednesday. We had some pretty good ones, but just a little bit of rain today. Some good hard rain actually, but it didn't last very long. They had a lot of wind, man. It was real windy today. But off and on.
It's starting to rain here. We're supposed to have another round of storms, man. They had kind of said it was going to storm tomorrow, and then it wasn't, and then I guess now they're saying it is, and so
it's hard to tell this time of year. They'll say it's going to be sunshine, 80 degrees, and it'll be tornadoes and 65. It's crazy.
Hey, Prep Ford, Emily L., Rolling Homestead, and Wild Edibles in Wisconsin. Tammy C, Prepper Nerd.
Sunshine. Woke up to hard frost again. Man, where you at?
Man. There's COVID-19. Kicking at Homestead, Carrie.
Tammy C, hello.
Miss Prep and Plumber again, Klingon. Boy, there's a lot of good people in here.
Mike, yep, yeah. We got 26 right now. Good, and with everybody else, because Angry's live right now. I think North Shore went live. JW's live.
Oh, Bullfrog.
What's going on? Rolling Homestead, welcome. Rolling Homestead and Wild Edibles, welcome.
Do you know bullfrogs from New York City?
Really?
Yeah.
Hmm.
No,
Picking at Homestead.
he's gonna kill me. He's not.
Independent Marine, Coral Tiger, Tina. Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the room. Welcome to the show. You ready to get this thing started?
Sure, man. Let's go for it.
All right, y'all. The topic for tonight's episode of Prep Rally is something I've been wanting to talk about, and something that a whole lot of people don't dig into it that much. And I think it's a very important part of our preps that we really need to dig into it and pay a little bit more attention to it, because it seems to be a forgotten art, and everybody just seems to think, hey, I got a bag full of seeds, so I'm gonna be all right. Well, newsflash, it don't work that way. Okay. The topic for tonight's show is, SHTF gardening, and that entails a lot of stuff. Because to me, unless you plan on replenishing your food as a prepper on your own, then you're only halfway doing it. All right, you store as much as you want to store, but eventually you're going to have to replenish some of them fruits and vegetables and even your meat. And that's a very, very important. A lot of people on YouTube and their prepping channels, and they'll have the bag full of their SHTF seed vault, And hey, come on, I ordered one, like I think it was like 15 or 50,000 seeds in this seed vault. And I got to tell you, brother, I was not impressed. My germination rates were shit. And another thing too, my experiment that I did with my potatoes and my seeds that I planted the first of last month, nothing came up except for my tomatoes. And I went back and looked at the packets of the seeds that I planted. Every single one that did not germinate came out of one of those seed vaults that you pay money for on Amazon and YouTube. But now my tomato seeds that I got, from Johnny's, and I think I even got some from Walmart, every single one of those germinated. But those seeds in the Doomsday Seed Vault that ain't but maybe a year old. I mean, now granted, I didn't plant a whole bunch, but still, I should have had something come up, but nothing germinated. Now, could that be that it's because I'm in a different area of the country than I was when I got them, and I planted them the first time, a year and a half ago? I don't know. But the thing is, if you're storing seeds and you're just ordering them off the internet, that's not a good backup. I mean, it's a backup to a backup to a backup. You need to take your ass down to the co-op or the feed store or Tractor Supply and get you some local seeds, or find somebody local to you and get you some local seeds to your area. But here's the thing, you don't just store them up, okay? Because here's the great part about seeds. They replenish themselves, okay? You don't just put them aside and Ziploc them and store them away for long-term storage. No, you plant them. You plant them when you plant tomatoes, and then you pull a couple of tomatoes off the bush, and you pull the seeds out, and you store those seeds. You keep replenishing what you're growing. You don't just hold on to them for 5 years and expect them all to germinate. It doesn't work that way. I mean, it really doesn't work that way. You know what I mean? And that's one of the mistakes I've been seeing a lot of people. Their garden, their long-term garden is a bag full of seeds that they haven't planted. Some of those seeds are 5-10 years old.
Yeah. Well, and the thing about it is too is that, again, we keep talking about this same thing over and over, and we're going to continue to talk about this. All right. Do your prep now. Do the failures now, because you don't want to be having them seeds stored up in there for 5, 6, 7 years and turn around and go, oh, shit hits the fan. Man, I'm going to run out here and plant me a garden. I'm good. I mean, you need to know which ones are going to grow. Like you said, you can always, the stuff that does grow, you can get the seed from it, and it's one of them things you don't want to be waiting until shit hits the fan before you try your stuff out.
You need to be doing them now. That's why I'm doing my experiments.
I've been saying failure today results in life tomorrow.
Absolutely. And I videoed it. None of my seeds germinated. The only thing that germinated was my tomatoes, and they're all growing right now. Nothing else germinated, which blew my mind. And then I opened up my Ziploc baggies, because all the ones that came, I got a massive 2-gallon Ziploc baggie with all my seeds in it. And I pulled out all the stuff that I planted to germinate, and every single one of them came from this survival seed vault.
Mm-hmm.
And none of them germinated. None. That's never happened to me before, bro. Never happened to me before. I'm like, what in the hell? Yeah, so I don't know if it's bad quality seeds. I don't know if maybe they got, irradiated going through the mail or what. But yeah, I mean, so if you've got a seed vault with all these seeds, plant them, grow them, test them out, make sure they work, make sure they germinate, save seeds from them every single year. Keep updating your seeds. Plant, save seeds, update them. That's a gift that keeps on giving. It keeps on, every seed that you got came from a fruit. It keeps on giving. But you've got to plant them now and make sure they work.
Yeah, that's one of the things, a lot of people, they keep saying, well, I don't know, about gardening here. I don't have very much room there, and I don't know what to do here. And guys, if y'all can't, I mean, seriously, if you can't figure it out now, you're not going to want to try to figure it out during shit hits the fan, man. That's why, we were talking about storage the other day, like under your couch. A lot of people don't think about that. Dude, all couches are hollow.
Oh yeah.
If you look and you pull the cushions up, they're hollow. And you can just store cans of food all in there, man. You can store water bottles in there, cases of water. You can put, your couch back up off the wall just a little bit. You can stack that sucker up, man, full of cans, and hide them, and nobody ever sees them. Mm-hmm. There's so many of these little things that you can try and do, So, that whole failure today, man, is man, I would so much rather fail now, and learn while I've still got time.
Rose Young says, when you take your seed plants, do you dry them out first? Rose, the only seed I've ever saved was tomatoes, and I didn't even dry them out. I mean, you can literally just yank the guts out of a tomato and throw it in dirt and give a little bit of water, and 9 times out of 10, tomatoes are badass. As far as other stuff, I haven't messed with seed saving yet. There are a couple of good videos that I want to watch. But I think it's Roots and Refuge has a really good video about saving all kinds of seeds. So you're going to want to go check her out. And when you go to her channel, you're going to be there for a few days, because she's got some awesome gardening skills. I mean, her channel is awesome. I love it. And she's got an amazing family. They're always out there where they're doing stuff. It's really cool. But, as far as the actual seed saving, I haven't gotten into that yet deeply. I plan on it this year. But like things like your dried beans, like your preps. I mean, if you're prepping dried beans, newsflash, you can plant those bad boys. I did it last year. I planted 2 beans out of every type of bean that I got from Walmart. And I had probably 9 different kinds of beans. I planted 2 of each, and every single one of them germinated in less than 4 days. So your Walmart dried beans are just as good as the ones that come from the feed store, and they cost a fraction of the price. But the other things like, cucumbers, tomatoes, peppers, things like that, I haven't done those yet. I'm going to do those this year. And I'm actually going to take you guys along on a video series of different things for the gardening, because when I've even mentioned it before, I know I have to you, Backwoods, and other people, I plan on growing year round. I'm growing in the winter. That's one of the reasons why I want to do this SHTF gardening. I've got a shitload of 5-gallon buckets, and I'm going to do my tomatoes. I'm going to do my potatoes, and I've already had to bring my potatoes in twice, because after I planted them, it dropped down into the 20s.
Right.
Yeah. 2 days after I planted them, I'm like, holy shit, I had to go outside. And it was the whole reason why I did them in containers, so I could bring them inside. And it was proof of concept. It did great. Everybody else's shit died that they had just planted, and now they're replanting all the stuff here in my neighborhood. And I just brought my stuff back out and set it in the sunshine.
Pinball Preparedness did a video, I think it was today, about some of the stuff that died on him. Well, he's had several plants die because of the cold weather, and he planted them in raised gardens. So hey, Kicking It Homestead said, you need to clear areas of weeds and brush now and build your planter boxes. You may not be able to get gas for your weed eater or mower, after basically after shit hits the fan. And I agree, and that is a very good point. To let's go ahead and get some of them areas cleared out now that you may have on your property. And you're like, man, one of these days I'm gonna clear that area. But one of the things that I want to encourage is having these garden hose, shovels, the rakes, what I'm saying. A lot of go ahead and get them gardening tools now. They will help you out after shit hits the fan. You can't get gas, so forth. Man, you got all the tools you need. Go get a rot bar. I don't know if anybody knows what a rot bar is, but it's just basically a big long ass bar. One end of it is flat and one end of it is pointed, and these things are awesome, man. You can dig roots up with them things and cut them in half because it's got a lot of weight to it. So I wanted to kind of bring that up.
Yeah, that's one of the main reasons why I'm doing my garden the way I am. Like the property that I got here, it's all woods. Like my entire property is nothing but woods. The only clear area on my property is where the house sits, the foundation for the house. I mean, there's trees in the front yard, the back, the sides, it's all woods, and I love it. Right now in the summertime, my house is going to be 10 to 15 degrees cooler than everybody else's house anywhere near me that's, they don't have any shade. You know what I mean? I love the trees, but the problem is, as far as gardening goes, it's not a whole lot of sunlight. Sunlight does pop through, and there are a couple areas that get sun. That's actually where I've got my potatoes sitting. But it's more than for me to, if I need to move my container. Here's the thing. A lot of people don't have containers inside and outside. I'm going to do them all winter. I'm going to grow food in the basement. I'll bring it inside at night when it gets super, super cold. If the temperature jumps up in the high 40s or 50s during the winter, like it often does, I'll pull my buckets outside, give them some fresh sunlight. But I'm also going to have grow lights in the basement. I'm going to have, I've got a couple of small windows, but I'm going to amplify the sunlight with cardboard and aluminum foil, and I'll make reflective panels to bounce the sunlight around. In the basement's what I plan on doing this summer. But what I want to do, the main reason why I want to do them in the containers, number one is so I can grow year round. And yeah, in the wintertime, the fruits and stuff are probably going to be smaller. That's to be expected, but I'll still be producing. Number two is that depending on how stupid shit gets around your house or something, you don't want to leave your stuff outside at night. People are going to run to your garden at night and take all your shit. I mean, so if I have to get up every morning and carry my stuff outside and every night bring it inside during the summer or whatever, that's what I'll do, just so I can make sure that I keep growing. That's the main reason why I'm doing the containers. Plus, I don't have to buy dirt anymore. That's why I've got my meat rabbits. The meat rabbit fertilizer is insane. Like all the dirt that I'm buying this year to fill my containers up, I'm not going to buy dirt anymore. I'm in North Carolina. I can go get me some red wigglers. I'm going to have a mulch pile, and I've got insane rabbit manure that is the best fertilizer there is. So all I've got to do is rejuvenate my soil every single year and put it right back in the buckets. I don't got to buy dirt no more.
Yeah, that's one of the things that I'm starting to do with building me a compost pile, because I've got, I put a lot of hay and stuff in my chicken pen, because especially this time of year, because we have so much damn rain, and I don't want my chickens getting foot rot. They can get foot rot, and it's bad for them. And so I put a lot of hay in there this time of year, and then over the time, they hay kind of goes, breaks down, and with all the chicken poop and everything, and I'm gonna start me a nice size mulch bed, and yeah, you'll just be able to rejuvenate, the dirt you've already got, and that's the cool thing about doing
and
that.
not have to buy dirt no more. Just not have to buy fertilizer, nothing. The rabbit manure does everything. No more fertilizer. It's all natural. It's organic. Rock and roll. Yep. And another thing too, people that are getting your seeds, you're getting seeds with a big, really beautiful, pretty picture on the front, this massive tomato, and you're not buying heirloom seeds. You're wasting your time. You're getting hybrid seeds. That means the fruit you get's all you get. You can plant them all you want to. Nothing's coming up. Don't get the hybrid stuff. Get heirloom seeds, bring them home, test them, plant them, grow the stuff.
So, yeah, Hey, Jenny Lynn, how's it going? Ark Wildman Survival.
Homestead Oz, Angry Operator.
Homestead Oz. I love them people, man. Homestead Oz.
Yeah,
Them
definitely.
are good people. Prepper Steading.
Miguel.
Anyway, so I
8%.
wanted to, one of the things I wanted to talk about this shit hits the fan gardening was kind of getting into some meat of the gardening and, you know, things to do during shit hits the fan whenever, you know, I mean, things are bad. And, you know, it goes back down to, you know, how do you protect your garden? You know what I'm saying? I know a lot of people. Well, exactly. And well, see, and here's the thing is a lot of people that I know are always talking about, you know, kind of lone wolfing it. You know what I'm saying? Well, it's me and my wife and my 2 kids, and we're good. We're good. You know, well, maybe so, and I hope so. But if you don't have a mag, you know, what are you going to do with? Hey, you know what I'm saying? I mean, container gardening, yes, but you also got to have a big enough space to bring them containers in to a secure enough area, you know, because if you've got an outbuilding out there somewhere, people can still break into the outbuilding and get your stuff.
Yeah.
You know, so that was kind of one of the things I wanted to kind of bring up and talk about was protecting your garden, because some people may not be able to do that as much and have to have a garden outside. So, you know, what do you think about talking about some of the ways that we might can secure or protect, or why mags may be important and so forth?
Mm-hmm. Now, if you're growing for a lot of people, here's a great thing about my concept for the container gardening, but making it mobile where I can bring it in and out. All right. I have a family of 3 here. So now if I was doing it the traditional way where we would probably do a half-acre garden, you know, gather it all up, freeze some of it, can the rest to make it the entire year for the next year, and then we start over again. Well, we're doing a mobile SHTF container garden for 3 people. I don't need a half-acre garden. I can do literally maybe 3 tomato plants. Actually, probably 2. I could probably get by with 1 tomato plant, but always have another one growing year round. You know what I'm saying? I can get by 1 tomato plant easily for 3 people. I can get by with 1 bucket full of potatoes if I'm constantly growing it. I'm not just doing it during the season and then having to store it for 4 or 5 months. I'm doing it nonstop. So instead of having to use a half-acre garden, I could probably garden basically in 20 or 30 5-gallon buckets and grow and produce more than enough for the 3 people that are in this household. You see what I'm saying? So it's actually you're greatly reducing your footprint by growing year round. You know, instead of growing 15 tomato plants and gathering them all up and spending, you know, the weekend canning tomatoes, I'm gonna just grow 2, but I'm growing 2 nonstop. You know what I'm saying? It's like when those 2 get, you know, when they start producing fruit, I'll go ahead and germinate 2 more seeds and have 2 more to take their place in 4 months. You know what I'm saying? So it'll be a year process. Same thing with the potatoes. Same thing with the beans. You know, because to grow beans, you got to grow like 2 rows of beans to get enough beans to do anything with. But if you've got, you know, 10 buckets of beans, you know, maybe 2 or 3 plants in each bucket, each 5-gallon bucket. But you're rotating them to where every week 5 of those plants are mature, and you're steady pulling beans. You know what I mean? Because you don't have to eat them every single day. But the good part about beans is most of us have enough beans that last us for 3, 4, 5 years. You know what I mean? So I'm not really worried about growing the beans. It's more along the lines of the fresh fruit. You know, tomatoes, potatoes, peppers, things like that. Cucumbers.
Right. Well, so, but still, you got another thing that you got to think about is hiding them or having a way. The reason why I say this is because if you're bringing your plants outside so they can get the sunlight and everything, nutrition that they need to grow. And then you're moving them back in at nighttime, you know, so that, you know, you can go to sleep basically. You're not going to want to go set them out, you know, in the yard out in the wide open. You know, you're gonna want to have some type of structure blocking view of anybody else.
Yeah.
Because you don't want people knowing that you've got all these plants growing. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's not gonna be something you're gonna want to just, you know.
That's why I love my property being wooded, and my house, the back of my house, the long side of my house faces south. You know, so, and I mean, we're in the northern hemisphere, so you want that south facing yard. So I can just put them right up against the house. You can't see them from the street. You can't see them unless you walk around into the backyard. You know what I mean? Right. Now, would I set them out?
Hey, Lake Perry. Sorry.
Yeah, I would set them out in the front yard where everybody can see you riding down the road. You know what I mean?
Yep. Hey, Lake Perry, how's it going? And Miss Preppin' Plumber, if you're back, she said cheers a while ago. I wanted to tell her cheers. So yeah, that's one of the things, you know, is that you know, a lot of people think they're going to lone wolf it, you know, and you may be all right, I don't know, but it just seems like to me. Hey, DZD, what's up?
What's up,
Keto Homestead.
Jess, how you doing, Jess?
And so, you know, you're not really gonna. I don't know, man. I'm just not a real big fan of the lone wolf thing. You know what I'm saying? I mean, 2 or 3. You know, you're gonna have to have a couple of 3 families. You know,
lone wolf is a short-term solution to a long-term problem. It ain't. It's
right.
that's a couple of weeks at best to get you from A to B. You know, that's not a long-term survival situation. I mean, hell, even in the old days, Grizzly Adams and the rest of those trappers. I mean, yeah, they went in the woods for a couple months, but they all come to town to resupply and get wasted and hang out with the pretty girls in the saloon. I mean, lone wolfing, it only works for a little while. You know,
right?
Yeah.
Well, I just think that I really think that a minimum of 3 families. That's kind of my opinion.
Yeah, I can see that. And you know, people also forget that when they're talking about kindergarten or they're talking about gardening, they're thinking about traditional gardening. There are other ways to garden, like with my aquaponics when I was raising fish protein and growing, you know, awesome plants. But there's also hydroponics, and I've got the fertilizer solution for hydroponics too. Now you can take a mason jar, quart mason jar, and you can put your water in there and your hydroponic fertilizer solution, or you can use Miracle Grow. Hydroponic stuff works better. And you can put your head of lettuce in there, and lettuce is 30 days, bro. You can grow lettuce to maturity in 30 days, and that can be right on the windowsill in your house. You get plenty of sunlight. You can grow butter crunch. You can grow Swiss chard, all this kind of stuff right in a mason jar.
Well, a lot of your greens like that, your spinach and lettuce and things like that, you're gonna want to keep them kind of probably windowsill stuff anyway.
Yeah.
They, you know, they don't seem to do real well when it's, you know, in the direct sunlight and the direct heat, you know, all day, you know. So, you know, something you could kind of, you know, pop them in, you know, and not every window's getting sunlight you know what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah.
Complete day long, you know. So, you know, them are going to be some of the things that you're going to want to grow in your house and have little containers, you know. And man, you can pick up these 5-gallon buckets, you know, cheap. Some of these bigger restaurants, things like that, a lot of them, man, you can go back there behind the building and they'll just have 5-gallon buckets stacked up. You know, They try to get rid of them. Sometimes they sell them back, and but you know, they have a bunch of them, and a lot of times they'll just give you. There was a restaurant down here that the guy had like 9 buckets sitting out there, all food grade buckets. You know, it had pickles in them or whatever, and man, I just, you know, it's like, hey, man, what are you going to do with them buckets? It's like, I don't know. You want them? I was like, hell yeah. And he give them to me.
And a lot of people, if you don't know, when you hear people talk about food grade this and food grade that, listen, just turn the bucket upside down. There'll be a little triangle with arrows. And inside that triangle, it'll say HDP. That's food grade. HDPE is food grade material. But in a worst case scenario, who gives a shit? Put a trash bag in it, line it, put a trash bag in it, and grow. You know what I mean?
Yep. What up, Japet?
Methuselah, what's going on? Every time I see your name, I think of the Methuselah tree. You heard that Methuselah tree, right? It's the oldest living organism on the planet. It grows out west, almost in the desert. It's a bristlecone pine tree. It's called the Methuselah tree. It was alive before the pyramids were built. It's thousands of years old, and it's still alive. It looks dead, but it's still alive. They grow out west, out in the desert. But yeah, there's plenty of ways to grow. I mean, as long as you still got power, then you can get your grow lights. You can set up your grow lights to do it. There's another way too. I've researched this a little bit. I haven't done it yet. I'm going to do it this year. But if you've got a window, like when I seeded my tomatoes, they were real leggy, and I had to replant them because they were only getting a little bit of light from the window that was 20 feet away, 30 feet away, and they were growing towards the window. Well, if you put them a little bit closer to the window and you build a box around them, with 3 sides and even a top if you want to, and you line that with aluminum foil where that sunlight bounces all around, then they don't grow towards the window because they're getting sun from all angles. So they grow normal and they grow strong. So I'm gonna experiment with that this winter as well. Plus I've got grow lights, but I'm gonna experiment with natural sunlight because later.
Well, and you got to understand things like that are good things to learn because shit hits the fan. You may not have lights.
Exactly.
So you may not be able to plug in a grow light. So these are some things you may want to try to learn now. Different ways of getting sunlight into your house and like that in an all direction. Or if you really want to spend the time, I guess if shit hits the fan, you may have a lot of time on your hands.
Carry that shit outside, inside, back and forth.
Well, you carry it back and forth, or you can just take and spin the bucket around.
Yeah. I mean, you're gonna have time on your hands. It's not like the TV's gonna be working. You ain't got video games to play. YouTube ain't gonna be up. You know what I mean? You're gonna have time. You can't sit around on Friday night and watch 2 old fuckers talk about gardening on YouTube, right? Yeah, exactly. But like the main point that I wanted to stress for people when they talk about gardening in SHTF situation, it's just like people that say, hey, when it hits, I'm just going to run out to the woods with my shotgun and go hunting, and they've never been hunting before. Are you a fucking idiot? You're going to go hunt? No. Number one, it's not feasible. That's a short-term solution. Long-term problem again. You might get lucky for a couple of weeks and find some game, but after that, they're gone. They've checked out, bro. They're north of the border. They're out of here. Don't say you're gonna grow a garden and don't know how to grow. Go out there and grow something.
Yeah, that's the bad thing about it, man. Because, dude, the hunting thing. I hunt every year. Been hunting every year since I was, 10 years old, 8 years old. I mean, I hunt every year, and there's years that I don't kill but 1 or 2 deer. You know what I'm saying? And I feel lucky if I get to kill that one because they ain't moving. Just things that has happened in the area. Man, it just they go completely nocturnal, man. And unless you've got a set of good night vision goggles, or you've got a really good full moon, you may go several days before you get lucky enough to kill a game, if that.
Oh yeah. I mean, it ain't easy like people think it is. It's the same way with growing. If you think you're going to go out there and plant some stuff and have a successful garden the first time you try it might happen for you that you're the 1 out of 100 that does. But there's for every success, you're going to have a couple of failures, especially gardening, especially in the SHTF situation. if you're going to have problems with insects and stuff. Now you're going to have to go old school. You're going to have to get out there with a paintbrush, with your bare hands, and be pulling these bugs off the leaves. You're going to have to do different things, but you're also, what you're going to want to do is you're going to want to narrow down what you're growing. If you're growing vegetables, you need nutrition. You want to grow nutrient-dense foods. You want your spinaches. You want your kales. You want your collards. You want those foods that are legit micronutrients that give you what you need. No, don't try to grow all this fancy shit.
That's a good point right there. Actually, you know, a lot of years you got to think, man, when the locusts, the cicadas, whatever, you know, you got to think about that is, you know, they do a lot of stuff. Not that they can control them, but they do a lot of things to kind of keep them backed away. You know, shit hits a fan. That's not going to happen.
It's going to be up to you.
Yeah, you're the one that's going to be controlling shit, you know, and you know you can't just run down there to the Tractor Supply or the Walmarts and buy a little bug spray and spray stuff around the house and you're good. You know, you are going to have to start coming up with things like you were talking about with the pepper juice, you know.
Yeah. No, like I ain't picking on your fancy watermelons. I'm just saying, if it's an SHTF garden is going to be the bare basics. You want to get as much protein as you can. You want to get as many nutrients as you can from the food. So you're going to want to you know the fancy foo stuff. I mean, it's great. I mean, if you want to grow mangoes, whatever. I mean, if you got an apple tree going. I mean, when I grew up on the farm, we had a couple apple trees, we had a fig bush, we had grapevines, muscadines. I mean, my snacks were in the yard when I got home from school. I got an apple or had a handful of figs. You know what I mean? It was, you know, those things are important, especially if you can find something like, you know, wild blueberry bushes. I mean, those things produce for like what 30 years, 40 years. If you get a good one,
yeah. And
they put out some berries. You know, that's good stuff, and that's the kind of stuff you're going to need. You're going to need nutrient dense. Especially with the greens, nutrient dense, fast growing spinach, kale, collards. I mean, they produce. It's quick, it's easy, and they're good for you.
You know what produced some really good nutrients for me this evening? A great big old fat steak, man. I had it was about that big around. It was about that thick, and I put that baby on the grill. And I had a big old baked potato, son. Let me tell you.
But I mean, for people that are like in apartments or anything like that, look, I don't care. It can be in your bedroom. You can research hydroponics right now. You can go online to Amazon. You can get I've got probably 5 years worth of hydroponic nutrients here in my house, powdered nutrients that aren't going to go bad anytime soon, that I can grow vegetables year round for at least 5 years off the nutrients that I had. And I think maybe it was $40 for all of it. But I could, in here right now, in my bedroom, I could go get some PVC pipe and I could go vertical and this entire wall green in this bedroom, legit, with hydroponics and the light that I'm getting from these two windows. And do them anywhere. All you need is a pump. And if you ain't got a pump, you can do it by hand. All you got to do is start at the top, pour a cup of water in there every couple hours, and you're fine. It's gonna trickle down.
Hey Karen, how's it going? Hey Susanna, how's it? There was the blackberry thing, you know. Also, blackberry bushes, if you'll plant them on your perimeter, you know, your outer perimeter. I mean, you got blackberry bushes. You can pick the blackberries and get, you know, a lot of good food there, but they also provide security because, well, you sure don't want to get watered up in a blackberry bush. God dang.
Sir, no, sir. That's what used to grow around our garden. Like all the perimeter of our garden was blackberry bushes growing up. Prepper nerd. Well, I do a video showing you how to do what, buddy? The hydroponics.
I bet that's what he's talking about.
If it's the hydroponics, yeah, I want to do that. As soon as I finish up my rabbit cage and get it all set and get my rabbitry set, I'm gonna do some hydroponics. I'm gonna build a system.
A house plant that produces tomatoes sounds awesome. Yeah, I don't know why, man. Tomatoes, dude. I mean, dude, tomatoes just. I don't know. It's hard to not grow tomatoes, man.
Yeah.
I like out of all the tomato plants I've grown, I think last year I had one tomato plant that kind of started looking wilty, you know, and things. And I poured that old rusty water on it and it freaking worked great, man. You know.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, you know, unless you've got 10 years worth of food to put up, maybe gardening isn't a priority for you, but now you're just saying that you only want to live for another 10 years. Grow some damn food, people. It ain't hard. I mean, it really ain't. It ain't hard at all. Get some dirt, put a seed in it, put a little bit of water on it, put it in the sunlight, and watch what happens. It's not hard. It's not rocket science.
I think that a lot of people, not a lot of people need to understand, if you can come up with a water catchment system, you really need a water catchment system.
Yeah, you're gonna want rain.
Because the thing about it is that, you know, just like with me, I've got the little creek right down the road. I mean, it's 5 minutes walking distance here, but at the same time, if you're thinking about it, and you get a big long stint when you don't have rain, okay, and you're happen to love water back and forth, you know, pretty much every day, you know, and that puts you vulnerable, you know, when you're going out, even a 5-6 minute walk from your house, you know, because you're carrying buckets. Okay, now you've got to bring somebody else with you for security. You know what I'm saying? You're going to want to be paying attention. Who's paying attention to you?
Mm-hmm.
You know, in that situation, and not to mention the fact that even if you live in a good neighborhood and you got a lot of people around you, and everybody's kind of cool with each other, you know, everybody else is going to be going down there to that creek as well.
Yeah. Yeah.
That creek is going to run drier quicker, you know, unless it's a really big running creek. That creek is going to run dry quicker, you know, through long periods of no rain when you got multiple people hitting it.
Yeah, you definitely need to be. Bottom line, you need to have water catchment. You need to be doing rainwater catchment before you even think about planting a garden. Not because it's awesome for the garden, but because you need fucking water to live. All right. Bottom line, and we always stress the importance of water. It's number one on the list. You know, number one, water catchment. Make it happen. What you got?
You see what Prep and Plumber put? Uh-oh.
Shut the valve. Uh-oh. Well, damn, that sucks. But the good thing is you can get 50 gallons of water real easy off a roof in about 30 seconds and on a good hard rain. So 50 gallons will come back pretty quick. So there's always a good side.
Yeah, you know, I went and got that 330 gallon tank, and I was actually going to start installing all that today. And this guy, a buddy of mine, called me, and he was like, "Hey, I got an old guy that got a buddy of mine that's needing some help doing some yard work, and the guy pays $15 an hour cash, man." And I was like, "Hell, I'm just sitting around not really doing nothing anyway." So I went and helped him out today and made some extra money, and you know, he wants me to help him pretty much every day. So that's going to slow me down on my projects around here, but we're not working too long, you know. So I will be starting on that tomorrow, my water catchment system, if it ain't storming and raining all day. And I still may get out there and do it anyway, even if it is raining.
Might as well.
I mean, hell,
Go ahead.
we're waterproof, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I mean,
it's good for you.
Yeah.
You know? We have 4 ponds. What's the best cleaning process or treatment for your garden? Nothing. Pond water is good for the garden. It's got all the stuff it needs. Now, for you to drink it, a Berkey. That's all you need. Just a Berkey. Okay. Period.
Yeah, that would the 4 ponds. I mean, yeah, you're not going to have to worry too much. Let me mess with this camera here real quick. You're not going to have to worry too much as far as it goes for pouring the pond water right on your garden, man. That's not a problem.
Not at all.
Yeah, it's fine. But yeah, like you said, a Berkey, you know.
Definitely a Berkey.
We went over the water filtration in one of the other videos, live streams we did.
Supposed to have a set of 8. tube hydroponics system my son and brother set up last year and nothing worked right. Found out those blondes forgot to pull out the plugs. The water flows. Yeah. If the water ain't moving, it ain't gonna work. Gotta have a little bit of movement. What's this?
We don't have any water bodies nearby.
About 1,700 liters of water storage, 3,500 liter water tank, and 200 liters of potable water at any moment. We keep cycling. Good job. Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. Little Urban Prepper says we don't have any water bodies nearby. Water catchment system. Figure something out.
Put your rain catchment up from the gutters on your house. Unless the water table is really shallow and you can drill a well. But I would still catch the rainwater.
And if you're renting a house, if you're renting an apartment, a lot of these apartments actually do have gutters and stuff on them. And let me tell you something. You may not can do it right now, but shit hits the fan and you get without rule of law, the apartment manager is going to be gone anyway, more than likely. And I'd buy the stuff to tap into the your downspout, and go ahead and buy the stuff and just have it on standby and watch some videos on how to do it if you ain't got any water nearby. And I wouldn't be scared a bit to hook me up a water. If I'm renting a house, oh yeah, I'm putting a water system in.
So independent marine, I'm taking it you're gonna build your Berkey like I did. Awesome, sweet. Yeah, it's really easy, really easy, cheap.
I need to go back and look at that video, Ghost. I actually hadn't seen that video.
It's stupid easy. I mean, all you need is a drill. I mean,
I got 4 or 5 of them over there.
Like you literally can't mess it up. You for real can't do it wrong unless you drop one of the filters and break them or something. That's the thing about those filters, man. They are super, super delicate. So if you guys are building your own Berkey, man, those things are delicate. You can snap that nipple right off the bottom in a heartbeat. So you got to be really careful when you're turning it over to take them out to clean it or whatever. You make sure you support those filters.
Yeah, that's another thing. You were talking about them seeds earlier. Try to get, if you're going to order seeds, try to order seeds from somewhere that is more of a local to your region. Yeah. I don't think it would be a good idea for me to order seeds from New York, just because the climate's so different than mine. So you're going to want to make sure that you order your seeds. Don't just look on there and go, oh, hell yeah, I can get these seeds over here for $10 and them other ones are 20. Well, them ones for 20 may be specific for your region, and the ones for $10 may not grow up a damn in yours, So that is very important. You really need to know, you need to really find out where the seeds are coming from. Reusing milk jugs.
Pilgrim's Prepping Show. It's reusing milk jugs for water. I used to. I started storing water in old milk jugs. I heard some things. I did a little bit of research, and I immediately got rid of all my milk jugs. I do not store water in milk jugs anymore, simply because milk is a living organism. Basically, there's bacteria and stuff, and it soaks in. It leaches into the plastic that the milk jug's made out of. So even if you rinse it out really good with bleach water or something like that, there's still a chance that bacteria can live inside that plastic and leach back into the water that you're storing. So I would advise against using used milk jugs. Now I do use milk jugs that had sweet tea in them. I like to get sweet tea at Walmart. I love Walmart sweet tea and milk jugs, and I use those to store water in. But I will not use any kind of dairy, anything that had dairy in it. I will not use to store water.
Seeds from other climates could take 2 to 3 seasons to produce real well.
Yep. Get your climate.
Yeah, just make sure that when you order seeds that you're not getting seeds from, like I said, some company in New York, where they're growing seeds, or some company from Oregon, unless you live in Oregon, unless you live in that little region there, because yeah, it's very important.
If you're running on a well, how much water would you store just for the basics? Are you assuming that your well is going to run dry, or you don't have any power for the pump? So you're storing well water. That's what I'm getting from this. I would say right now, go down to the feed store and get you a hand pump that you can set up for that well. Or, you can get you a really cheap solar panel to power it. You can get you a DC pump to run, and you can run it direct, wire it to the solar panel. But honestly, I would just go with a hand pump. I mean, that's the way we had on the farm when I grew up, was a hand pump. It works. I mean, it's not going. I mean, it's you don't need power. You can just pump it. But if you were talking about storing it just in case, I mean, if it's just you, I mean, if it's just one person, I would try to have at least 50 gallons of water stored. At least, just say you throw your back out, or you twist your ankle, or you break your leg, and you can't really get out and function for, say a month or 6 weeks. I mean, 50 gallons of water is going to hold you over.
Yeah,
not going to smell that good, but
about them milk jug things, Prepping Plumber is saying, and which, yes, get food grade 55-gallon barrels. Wash and sterilize and store water. They're real easy to do, and you can get them, and they have a lot. They're made for that.
Yeah,
they are the type of plastic that. Excuse me. They are the type of some steak. They're the type of plastic that is made for food grade stuff. So storing water in them is going to be your better bet. And most all of the food grade stuff, unless it's one of them 330 gallon, again, if you're going to store water, if it's the clear plastic, or the white colored plastic, you want to get you some spray cans, something, and or you can get you some trash bags, or tarp, something, and make sure you color it black, or some kind of dark color, because you don't want the sunlight directly hitting your water.
It will grow algae.
Yes.
150 gallons a week for a family of 8. If you've got a family of 8 kicking a homestead, you better have your rainwater collection system, or a really good deep well. Because 8 people are going to tear up some water. For real.
Gallons a week. Whew, that is a lot of water. Ouch. Yeah.
Cool thing about a Berkey, I mean, even if you just find some old ratty barrel that you ain't sure if it's what it had in it, or that stuff, you can still collect that water and run it through a Berkey and drink it. It don't have to be perfectly stored and put up with the Clorox and be stored in a perfect food grade bucket. If you've got a Berkey. A Berkey, man, gotta have a Berkey. And I still run everything to the Berkey, even if I store the rainwater in food grade barrels. Everything I drink goes through the Berkey if it's water.
Yeah. What about using an old water heater?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't see why not. I mean,
you're drinking the water that comes out of it. Yeah.
Yeah, you got to understand though that in a water heater, over time they do collect sediment in the bottom of them, and you're going to want to wash it out really good. I mean, you really should be flushing your water heater out at least once a year.
I heard Lake Ferry say something about a pipe or something to put into the ground and put a hand pump. I can't remember all that. Yeah. I've used one. I know right now, if you have a well that's powered by an electric pump, you can get a hand pump that basically takes the place of it, and actually it'll work in conjunction with your, basically it's a backup pump. They sell them so that if your pump goes out, you just basically hook up this hand pump and you can do it by hand. So it's basically, you're going to have 2 pumps.
Yeah. I think that there's a lot of things, you know, that, you know, we take for granted today. And nowadays time when, you know, because you've got all these insecticides and herbicides, and you've got all this different kind of stuff that you can spray around your garden, and you can spray them around here, and you can get rid of the bugs. You can just go toss, you know, 7 dust, you know, on whatever. If you don't have a real big storage of this stuff, you know, you're going to have to understand that soon that stuff's going to run out.
Yeah.
And you're going to have to figure out ways how to keep the bugs and things off your plants. And I don't know that it may not be a good idea to maybe purchase and store up some of that netting, you know, that bug netting.
Yeah, you can even use screen, you know, that you screen your porch with, and you can just build you like a little screen box to sit over your plants. I mean, the bugs are still going to get in there, but you can hold off some of the big stuff, you know, the cicadas and stuff like that are blowing through town. Appalachian Prepper says, "Gosh, we should not store water and plastic on concrete, but what about food storage of dry goods?" I'll go yes and no on that. I don't think it's a problem for goods in the bucket on concrete, as long as the dry goods inside the bucket are also in Mylar. But if it's just rice or just dried beans poured directly into the bucket, I wouldn't store them on the concrete, just simply because there is a chance that it could seep. I'm not saying that it will or that it won't, but why not just, you know, put a piece of plywood down or a couple 2x4s, and better safe than sorry, even a sheet of plastic.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, like I talked about it before, you know, everybody's got them plastic totes around their house, you know, and they get broken and stuff, and people throw them in the trash. If you see one in the trash, stop and pick it up if it's not broken too bad, you know, if maybe the lid's missing or whatever, and you can cut it and use the bottom pieces, you know, to set stuff on that you put a barrier in between your concrete and what you're wanting to set on the concrete.
But I mean, you know, just some old pieces of wood.
Yeah.
Just around your buckets on top.
I mean, hell, for that matter, shit hits a fan. I mean, for that matter, you can go and collect up, you know, cut down a little small tree and you know, a little small round tree, and just, you know, cut it up and set a couple of sticks down, put a rock on each side for you know, so
I mean, I don't put anything in 5-gallon buckets in Mylar anyway. I mean, it's a quick, easy step that should not be omitted. If you've got the Mylar, stick it in the bucket, fill it up, seal it, boom, boom, boom. If you don't, and you have to just pour it directly in the buckets, honestly, I still think you're going to be fine. I think it's going to take a while for anything to seep. Now, I'm talking basement type stuff. I'm talking, you know, basement concrete. I'm not talking your driveway porous concrete. I'm talking the smooth stuff that isn't really porous.
You see what Prep Plumber said? Oh, sorry, Joker sitting over there.
What?
Somebody asked where I was from. Baron, I can't say the last name. Where is Backwoods from?
Long Island. Long Island. Yeah, you got the accent.
I ain't never even been. Let's see. I don't guess I've ever been above Missouri, like ever.
Damn.
I ain't never been above Missouri. I'm in Arkansas. Damn it.
Arkansas.
I've been in Arkansas my whole life, man. One time when I was real young, I was only about 4 or 5 years old. My parents moved to Texas for about, I don't know, 4 or 5 months, and then we moved back to Arkansas, and I've never lived outside of Arkansas other than that one time.
Arkansas is a beautiful state, that's for sure. I loved it out there.
I know I love it. And that Prep and Plumber, I think he lives up there in, where's that? Don't he live in the Chop Zone or Chaz Zone or whatever that is up yonder?
Yeah, he's the mayor.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
B. Charming never lived outside of Florida. Wow. Yeah, so anybody got any gardening questions? Any SHTF gardening questions? Because I'm gonna get some more stuff planted here in the next few days. It's like I said, I wasn't in a rush to get everything done in March because I plan on growing year round. And the cool part is I've got enough storage, vegetable storage, that I can go tits up on everything I plant for the next 3 years, and I'm still fine. So I'm gonna do all my experimenting right now and get it dialed in.
Tank Prep and Plumber. If I ever see that Joker, Prep and Plumber, I swear I'm going to go up and I'm going to give him a big old hug and I'm going to stick my tongue right in his ear.
Yeah, gotta love the Carolinas. Gotta love the Carolinas.
Oh yeah.
Do I do any companion planting? Yes. I plant peppers with my tomatoes. They go real well together. I do bell peppers and hot peppers with the tomatoes. What I do is put the tomato in the middle of the bucket, and I'll put one, sometimes two hot pepper plants, usually cayenne, around the perimeter of the bucket. They do real well together.
Baron, don't get upset. We're all just kidding around here. We all love each other, man. We all tease with each other and pass along a lot of good information to each other and stuff. And yeah, we all love each other, man. Shoot. See, look at what Prep and Plumber just said. I just talked about giving him sticking my tongue in his ear, and he said don't threaten him with a good time. He loves some wet willies around there. That's what I'm talking about. We're just all kidding around. Baron,
Leslie
don't get
says,
upset.
Ghost, how do you take your soil from your containers and use it again next year? What I do, since I raised, I'm actually going to start my compost pile this year, and everything goes in the compost pile. I'm going to locate me some red wigglers. I'm going to put a few thousand of those in there and let them do their thing because they make the dirt. But all my rabbit manure, even though I don't have to compost it, the extra is going into the compost pile. And then all the dirt, whenever I harvest something, that bucket of dirt's getting thrown in there. I'll turn it around real good. I'll put it right back in the bucket and replant it. It's going to be an ongoing process. It's never going to stop. Okay.
Karen
asked about the potatoes. When do you know they're ready? I saw that one. Crap. Potatoes usually take around 4 months to grow. You know they're ready after 4 months when it looks like they died. And once they kind of start to wilt and turn yellow, you let them sit for another week or two.
Yep.
Just to make sure. Then you flip them. But you don't water after that. You don't water them after that.
Yeah, once your green leaves start dying and everything, yeah, you're gonna want to let them grow another week or so after that. Yeah, and don't water them no more. Just let them go for about a week or so, and you should be able to harvest your potatoes at that time. Yeah, chicken bedding works great to raise nitrogen and compost. Yeah, see that I don't have rabbits, so I'm going to be using chicken manure and with my compost pile and the old broke down hay, and then I've got a bagger from a mower, and I'm going to use grass clippings and stuff, and then a lot of that dirt that I'm going to be
there's something else for them in the chat too. Every manure on the planet other than rabbit manure, you got to cook it for at least a year. And by I say cook it, I mean it's got to go in the pile and you got to turn it. You got to let it cook for a while. Rabbit manure, you can grab the rabbit and squeeze shit right out of his bunghole right onto a plant and it ain't gonna hurt it.
Yeah, you can. Now I'll tell you, last year and the year before and this year, I did take a little bit of fresh stuff that I got because it's a lot of dirt too, and I mixed a little bit, not a lot, I did put some of the fresh in there, and man, my plants are doing awesome.
Oh yeah, you diluted it down. Yeah.
Yeah, I diluted it down. Yes, if you
Plus,
just
right out of the coop, and they're scratching through it, and they're breaking it down the whole time they're scratching through it. So
right,
they're working it up good.
yeah.
Karen says, sorry, go ahead.
I'm just saying, don't be afraid if you have chickens, and don't be afraid to, I'm talking like over 2 or 3 big garden beds that I have. I put like a wheelbarrow full, you know, and that's it, and I really mixed the dirt up and scratched it around. I didn't use a whole lot, but I did use some fresh. So don't be scared to use a little bit of fresh, but if you get too much in there, you will burn your plants up. It'll scorch them.
Okay, my son asked me today, how can I save seeds from microgreens? You can't. Microgreens are basically just the sprouting seeds. Microgreens, all right, the way seeds work, a seed stores all the energy a plant needs to break ground and to sprout its first leaves. So technically, you'll see a lot of people, they'll start their seedlings and they automatically turn the lights on, the grow lights. You don't need the grow lights until after it breaks through the ground. You don't need lights at all. It can be in complete darkness and they'll still sprout as long as the seeds are viable. Microgreens is the process of sprouting a whole bunch of, growing them for not even a week, and then off and eating them, and you're getting the nutrition from that the seed egg, so to speak, itself. So to get it's like sunflower seeds is a very popular microgreen. I mean, you got to take a couple of handfuls of sunflower seeds and sprout and make a salad. But if you just let one grow to maturity, it'll fill up the seeds, and you can save those and do it again. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. Compost pile.
About barbecue ash? Are you talking about like ash from like when the charcoal bricks?
I don't use that ash. I use ash in my fireplace.
Yeah, I wouldn't ever use
you want that carbon.
Yeah, you could go out in the backyard if you've got if you've got a little bit of a backyard, you can go out there and build you a fire. I used some of the ash from my my fireplace. I'd go out there, and once I filled my little bucket up, I'd go out there and dump it around.
Yeah, that's a good tip, Prep and Plumber. What I do is when I scrape it out, or what I'm going to do once I scrape it out, because I throw in a lot of extra hay because it falls through the cages on the bottom. So that's part of my composting as well. So it's not going to waste. Whatever they don't eat drops through. But I'll scrape it all out, and then I'll hose it down real good. But yeah, I hear you. But the urine, it's funny, and I've watched the rabbits do it. They like to shit in the same spot, and they like to piss in the same spot, but they like to spray kind of like a cat. They like to go to the edge of the cage and shoot out like away from where they are, which is kind of cool for me. But lots of times they will just squat and pee right where they're at. But gravity does most of the work. I mean, especially with heat, it's going to do most of the work. But I do plan on hosing it down.
Kicking It Homestead says it's building a greenhouse from log post and plastic with clear panel roof.
Nice job. I'm actually thinking about doing me a little greenhouse.
Yeah, I've been thinking about building me one as well.
Well, there's one spot in my yard that gets sun all day, and it's in between my house and my neighbor, and that's my neighbor that does the chickens. And his old lady likes to grow gardens. She's got a little raised bed garden there. So I'm thinking about getting with them and us going in together in that space in between our yards, just building us a PVC hoop house and just have us a greenhouse right there and just do all our stuff. put up a privacy fence in front of it where you can't see it?
Well, now of course the price of everything nowadays, man, the way everything's going up. But you know, before I built that chicken pen out of all PVC, and it wasn't that expensive at all.
No.
It was hell of a lot cheaper than lumber.
Oh yeah.
I don't know about now. I hadn't checked on it.
They went up. PVCs went up, I think, about 30%. Yeah, I mean, it still went up, but it didn't go up nowhere near as. Bro, 2 years ago, I'd get a 2x4 for $2.25. Now it's damn near $10. I'm like, what?
What?
Last time I looked at 2x4s, it is $9 or something.
God dang, man! I did talk to my buddy yesterday. He called and we talked for a little bit. And last year he had gotten his part of his privacy fence replaced, and the privacy fence of the house they bought was all broke down and old, and so they've been kind of replacing it a little at a time. And he said they were going to replace another big section of it, and he had some estimates, and he said it was more than doubled from what it was last year.
Well, they said the average right now across the board, the average price of a new home has increased $36,000 because of the increase in the price of lumber.
Wow. God.
36 grand average. So if it's a $2 million house, that price probably increased about $60,000.
Miss Prep and Plumber says she can't wait to get their fencing so they can get more little fuzzy butts. And Prep and Plumber says, we ain't getting nothing else that eats. Come on, Prep.
About the rabbits. That's a good thing about the rabbits, man. A 50-pound bag of rabbit feed's like $15. And I've got several of those stacked up. But as long as you got grass, you're gold.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? If it's green and pretty, give it to the rabbit. They won't eat it if it's bad for them. Yeah, a male rabbit will piss all over the female rabbits. That's why I've got separators in between my cages. The male rabbit, all he gets, the only reason he's still alive is to have sex on a regular basis. So he's off to the side in his own little area.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, that's one of the crazy things. When I did have rabbits, you know, I built a little pen like thing out there, and we'd go let them out and run around. They'd eat, and then I also, a lot of times during the day, I'd go outside and be messing around in the yard. You know, I'd grab some grass up and stick it in there, and he'd eat the shit out of it, man.
I do that every day. That's what they get at nighttime. In the mornings, they get a cup of pellets, and they've got a handful of straw or hay. And then in the evenings, I'll get them a big old handful of fresh grass. I'll pull it up myself and throw it in the cage, and they go off on it.
The soil here in our mountains. Yeah, see, that's one of the things a lot of people got to understand, you know, your soil, you know, differences and everything, you know, and that's why I was really stressing earlier about the seed thing. You know, make sure that you're getting seeds for your region, because I mean, it's seriously, it's not you know, soil and everything is different.
Yeah, if you're in an area with bad dirt, then obviously raised beds are probably your best bet. But here's the thing, you can make dirt, okay? That's what earthworms do. That's what red wigglers do. They make worm castings. They turn shit into dirt. So if you can get you some red worms, red wigglers, you can get you a compost pile going with any kind of biological material, mostly leaves, any kind of food scraps you got, cardboard, paper, things like that. The worms will tear that apart. They rip it to shreds. Add some dirt amendments to it if you've got some potting soil like that, the rabbit manure, and you can turn it over, and you'll be surprised how quick you can make a shitload of dirt that you can grow in. And even if you've got bad dirt, if you can get things to start rooting, it makes dirt. It's like beans. Beans are a nitrogen fixer. They add nitrogen to the soil. That's why it's always good to rotate things through. You know, run your beans for a couple years in a couple areas of your garden, and then the next year, you know, do tomatoes over there, or do something else, and let them soak up all that nitrogen.
Yeah, that's another good point right there, redneck plumber or redneck prepper, is a lot of leaf mulch. You know, there's a lot of leaf stuff you can use. You can use old rotten you know, you can go, if you got any woods around your place or whatever, you know, you can go out there and find old rotten sticks and stuff, you know, limbs, and you know, throw grass clippings on top. Man, you can make a mulch pile pretty easily.
Oh yeah, and you get you. I mean, you can order I think 1,000 red wigglers online, and they'll deliver them to your house for 10 or 12 bucks. And those, dude, red wigglers, worms, them things multiply almost as fast as rabbits do. Yeah, you can throw a couple hundred of them in there, and you'll have 10, 15,000 in a few months.
Hey, trusting God, how's it going?
Hey there,
Hey, Chris, what's up?
what's going on, Chris?
Yeah, see that's one of the things, man. There's a lot of easy ways, you know. Hell, I mean, honestly, Walmart's, you know, a lot of your Walmart, or you know, a lot of you have bait stores around your house. You can go get them worms, you know, for practically. I mean, you know, pick one up each time you go to the grocery store and go out there and dump them in the compost pile. You know, it won't take long. You know, 4 or 5 of them containerfuls of them, and you know,
Yep.
you'll have enough worms, and they'll stay in there. You know, as long as you keep feeding that compost pile, they'll stay in there.
Good night, Appalachian. Yeah, as long as you keep feeding. I put. I wasn't sure if this would work, but I saw it on a YouTube channel when I was starting my aquaponics. I ordered red wigglers and I put them in my aquaponics system. I put them in the grow medium that was full of water, and they multiplied like nobody's business. And every now and then when I'd feed the fish, I'd reach in there and I'd grab me, 4 or 5 red wigglers, and I'd throw them in the fish tank for the fish to get some extra protein. But yeah, those red wigglers are badass, and they break down a whole lot of biological material. I mean, they will completely devastate biological material and turn it into dirt in no time at all. They're amazing.
You know, Prep and Plumber
Huh?
brings up, well, Prep and Plumber really brings up a good point. You know, I love Haas and Pepper too. You know,
Oh hell yeah!
man, jeez, I like Southern. I like Southern style Haas and Pepper. You know, where you take and just put a little fry, you know, a little breading on it and fry it up. Stick it on some white bread.
Oh yeah.
Put it on some white bread, and then on a plate, and then pour some old grease gravy on there, on brown. Oh my God, dude, on pepper gravy. Oh my God,
And
dude.
you can switch it out for chicken when you make like chicken and rice or chicken noodle soup. You can use Haas and pepper instead. Man, that's so good. It's got a much better flavor than chicken.
Man, dude.
You got a backyard full of Haas and pepper. And all y'all in the chat going, what is Haas and pepper? What is that?
Yeah.
Rabbit meat, boys and girls.
Yeah, buddy.
The scientific name.
That's what I'm to say. Prep and Plumber knows what's up.
Oh yeah, hey, he ain't no joke. But I ain't gonna disagree with him because his son will whoop my ass. Apparently.
Man.
Yeah, if you know you got good dirt, if you stick a shovel and you flip it over and you see worms, if you got red wigglers, you got good dirt. If you got worms, good dirt. That's why a lot of times you'll see people, if they got really good worms in their ground, they don't till their garden. They do a no-till garden because you don't want to kill the worms. Just make you a little bitty hole, put your plant in there, bust up a little bit of dirt, but don't run a tiller there and kill all your worms.
Will red wigglers survive a Wisconsin winter? Man, I don't know.
Have you ever seen a red wiggler in Wisconsin? That'll answer your question. I mean, do you guys have them like naturally?
See, we have them naturally here. I find them in my yard.
Oh yeah,
that's why I can grow the shit out of stuff, man. Because I've got good dirt here, man. I'm like I said, man. I go out there and I'm growing zucchini and squash as long as my damn arm. Just freaking huge.
I mean, if Wisconsin, if the ground's going to freeze pretty deep, then I don't know. I don't know if they freeze and then thaw out and they're still alive. I mean, I guess if they get deep enough, below the permafrost, I guess they would make it. I don't know though. That's a good question. That's something you might want to look into.
I'll be right back. I need to freshen my. I need to freshen my What is this? My spiked tea.
Your spiked tea?
No, it ain't tea.
Yeah, he's got to go powder his man panties.
I hear y'all over there.
That was prepping plumber.
Y'all don't be whispering behind my back. I can hear y'all.
Yeah, I mean, if you're, I don't know about the red wigglers way up north. I mean, I would think they're gonna be pretty temperature sensitive when that ground freezes. I mean, y'all got that, not permafrost, but y'all got, you know. So I would think that maybe, I guess they could, but they'd have to be really deep, or maybe they hibernate like bears. I don't know.
Well, hang on. Let's think about it like this. Stupid camera. What if you took, all right, so you get a compost pile. It generates heat anyway, right?
Yeah.
So if you got a compost pile, and maybe if you had some type of something over the top of it, like a little small building thing, or a little, maybe a tarp system,
Yeah.
that holds that heat in, wouldn't that
I think they'd be just fine. I think they'd be happy as a pig in shit.
well, that's what I'm thinking when it starts getting wintertime, because the compost pile is going to generate heat anyway.
Yep.
So if you took and put the red wigglers, if you ordered some and you put them in your compost pile, and then you, like I said, you build some kind of structure over it, even if you just use some T-post and maybe tie the tarp down, over it to where it holds that heat in.
Yeah, I think that'd work just fine.
You're going to keep the frost off of it.
And if you got a greenhouse, just put your compost pile in the greenhouse. It heats it in the wintertime, and it'll keep all the worms alive.
Bug dude. I don't even like none of y'all no more. Y'all quit messing with me. Bug
He's
dude.
in the front woods. I deep bed my chickens in the winter, raise temperature enough to keep chickens. Yeah. Tarps, yeah. I'm thinking tarps, or put them in your garden, in your greenhouse, if you got a greenhouse. I mean, because if I lived in a greenhouse, like for real, I'd run a hoop house. I'd have me a compost pile at both ends that'll heat that greenhouse in the wintertime. Heat it a lot. There's several places that's the heat they use for a greenhouse is their compost pile. That'll keep the worms going. That'll heat your greenhouse. Or it'll help heat your greenhouse, depends on how far north you are.
Bug dude, and by the way, have you ever been in the backwoods? It's kind of scary back there sometimes. It gets scary off in them deep woods. Then you start going to hearing stuff that you ain't never heard before, and all them crazy noises, and man, you get to looking around and you don't know if it's a Bigfoot's or what.
Leslie, that's a good question, and honestly, I don't think you can turn it too much. I just, every time you get a chance, turn it. I'd say maybe once a day, once every 2 or 3 days. I mean, because you want to bust it up and get some air down in there. I'd turn it as often as you can.
Y'all folks are killing me over here.
Manny's up.
That's what I'm saying. I try to once in a while.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you what, I don't care what nobody says. When you go out in the middle of nowhere like I do where I hunt at, I mean, there ain't no cell phones. You've got to drive several miles back towards town and everything before you get up on this big hill, and there's like 2 bars. And as soon as you start to drop off that hill, the service goes away. It's just one little spot we found that you got service, but it's several miles from camp. Otherwise, you ain't got no cell service and everything. And you get up at hour before daylight and go traipsing off through the woods, man. I'm gonna say them manis are already pulled up pretty high at that point, with a rifle or not.
Hey, Leslie. 556.
Oh,
556 says they turn theirs once a day. So yeah, I don't think you can turn it too much, because you want to flip it. You want to get that oxygen down in there, and you want to bust them layers up. So I don't think you can overdo it.
Right. I used to have a red wiggler farm in my house in a plastic drawer setup. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing about it. I know here, like I said, I can go lay a piece of plywood down on the ground, just lay a piece down and leave it there for several days, and go pick it up. And them red wigglers are, I'll find 6 or 7 of them just bam, bam, right there. You know, they're yeah, there ain't no 5G out here. Hell, we barely get 4G. Hell, sometimes I pick up my phone and it says 3G still on it. Well,
I know the worms I had in my aquaponics, man, they were awesome. I mean, it blew my mind that they were in that water just rocking and rolling, eating up all that material. What? We got thumbs down?
Oh, that was there before it ever started. We only got 6 thumbs up.
Huh?
There's only 6 thumbs up.
We had 6 before we started.
What the hell is there? What's wrong with all of y'all?
We had 6 thumbs up and 1 thumbs down before we ever went live.
Damn it. Went from 6 to 58. What happened?
You must have had to refresh or something.
See, there you go. With this internet and stuff around here. That's how far behind I was. still 6 thumbs down on my deal.
There's your 3G.
Yeah, there's a 3G happening around here. They're like 5G. No, I'm not drunk. Not yet.
Yeah, we got the same person that gives that thumbs down every time before we even start the video. We all know who it is.
Thumbs down. What the hell? What the hell's wrong, folks?
Thumbs up, thumbs down. I don't care.
How do you come on and thumbs down something that you know you're learning? I mean, learning all this stuff from the chat and learning that must be them folks that don't want to live after shit hits the fan.
Yeah,
that's what it is.
It's the ones that don't like Haas and Pfeffer.
Yeah, that's right. That's right, Miss Prep Plumber.
Thumb sideways. You know you made it when you start getting thumbs down.
Yeah.
Then again, until I started doing these shows with you, I never had one single thumbs down until 3 weeks ago. I started hanging out with you, I get thumbs down.
Hey, man. That's the way it goes. Not everybody can be likable, you know, like you are.
This is true. This is true.
We all strive to be. I think that you know, one of the things that really everybody needs to really seriously consider though is water catchment systems, man. I found a good place where I can get, dude, I pulled up when I went and got that 330 gallon tote. I've been having all this trouble finding one, and I finally found this guy, and he's like, well, I sell them like 100 at a time, you know. And I was like, well, I ain't buying 100 of them. But then I kind of thought about it, not because these 55 gallon barrels, he was like, man, I can't hardly keep them in stock. And I kind of thought about, you know, as cheap as I could get them from him, I could turn around and make a little profit off of them, just sell some myself. But I'll tell you, he sent me to one of the guys that buys big, you know, big bundles from him. And dude, I pulled up when I topped that hill, man, it's like this freaking field. Dude, I bet you he had 600 or more of these 300. He had the 275 gallon and the 330 gallon totes.
Yeah,
and he had them and they're all food grade, and he had the food grade 55 gallon barrels. Dude, they were stacked up, just they were everywhere, dude. So I damn sure know where to go get some barrels and stuff at now.
Definitely.
But yeah, I can't speak enough on rain catchment systems. Like I said, I haven't got mine put in yet. I was going to start on it today, and I probably would have had it most done today. And you know, that old boy gave me an opportunity to go make some cash. I can't pass that up, you know.
No.
So I'm gonna be working with him, you know, throughout the summer, I guess, because he told me today, he's like, man, hell, I could sure use the help. You know, he said he couldn't find nobody to work.
Yeah, that is true. Because I think this next time around, I'm gonna get me some more 55 gallon drums, and I'm gonna cut them in half. And I think I'm gonna put some holes in the side and put me some heavy duty rope handles, and that's what I'm gonna do my potatoes in, the big 55 drums. Turn on the end.
Well, you know, that really, really and truly, that wouldn't be a bad idea to go ahead and do that for, you know, for most of your garden, you know, especially if you're gonna. I was thinking too. I wonder if you could probably build a little cart to put them on if you're gonna have to be pulling them in and out.
Yeah, I got a dolly. I'm gonna just put a ramp to the basement, and I got a dolly where I can just roll them down. But if I do most of them in as long as you got really good dirt or really good rabbit shit, your roots don't need to grow that big. So you can grow pretty much anything in a 5 gallon bucket if you're giving it all the nutrients that it needs, and your roots ain't got to spread out. You know, you can grow a massive tomato plant in a 5 gallon bucket. I've done it for years. They're huge as long as you give them the nutrients they need. But for the potatoes, I need extra room for them to spread out, because I think my experiment that I got right now, I think it's going to blow up in my face. I think I'll have so many damn potatoes they're going to bust a bucket. I mean, they're huge.
What? Water well guy, ain't you in Arkansas? I was thinking water well guy was in Arkansas.
I can find me some totes.
If you're in, anybody out there that's in Arkansas and you're wanting some totes, you can get them. They're in Romance, Arkansas, which is kind of between Jacksonville and Quitman. And I've got the phone number, man. I'm telling you, that dude has a ton of them. They're a little bit expensive though. He wants like $95 for the 330 gallon.
That's awesome, dude. They're like $150 out here.
Really?
Yeah, man. You can't find the 275s for barely less than 100.
Shit, he only wants 65 for the 275.
Holy shit, man. I need at least 4 right now. So I got to go find me 4 of them as soon as possible.
Redneck Prepper, I'm thinking several of y'all or some of y'all guys are in Arkansas. They're in Romance. And the guy was just cool as hell, man. He was a real nice old country boy. He's got a
Thank you, Tennessee Technical. Yeah, I was surprised on them potatoes, Tennessee, because, I mean, like I said, they came out of a Walmart bag that I got for Thanksgiving last year. And I just threw them in some dirt and said, let's see what happens. And they went absolutely nuts.
Let's see. You're in the same town as me.
Uh-oh, you got a stalker.
Water well guy, you're in the same town? What the hell?
That's a mag member right there, brother.
That's what I'm saying. What the hell? That trying to find the yeah, well that just trips me out. Why the hell ain't you hit me up, man? We'll have a beer or something. Go fishing. And holding your Glock. I don't know who's behind me. But yeah, I'll tell you, man, one of the things, like I said, the rain catchment system, man, I mean, you just really need to be working on that, folks. I mean, and then getting these 55-gallon plastic totes like y'all are you're talking about. I'm thinking it probably wouldn't be hard to build several little dollies with them caster wheels on them. That would be probably easy to pull across grass and stuff.
Oh yeah.
And if you had a some type of building or something for shit hits the fan, man, you could just tie, hook a rope onto it or anything, or hell, whatever, and just haul them things in and out.
Yeah. I mean, the good thing is, like in my area where I live, all the people that are close to me, everybody grows. So I don't think I'm gonna have to worry about any of my closest living neighbors, coming to take shit from me. It'll be other people. But then again, I'm all the way in the back of the neighborhood, backed up to the woods. So there's gonna be a whole lot of other people's stuff getting took before mine.
Just trying to find where that picture. Oh, there it is.
Say what?
Just talking about his Previn Plumber was asking about a Glock or something behind me.
I think
put me on large screen real quick.
How do I do that?
Here we go.
I gotta hit this little thing.
Talking about a little old Glock. What are you talking about? Talking about a little Glock. This is what I got behind me.
I don't see a Glock.
There ain't no Glock. Well,
that ain't a Glock. That ain't a Glock.
No, I know. I'm saying like that's not a Glock. That guy there don't have a Glock. And that good looking son of a gun right there, that's not a Glock either. That's a HKVP9 that he's got. That's a good looking son of a gun right there, ain't it? Look at him. you know that guy right there ain't messing around. Just saying.
Yeah, most of the containers though. I mean, a 5-gallon bucket full of soil with a tomato plant, it ain't heavy. It don't. I mean, it's not that bad. Now, once it gets 6 foot tall and gets kind of top heavy, yeah, it might be an issue. But I'll deal with that when the time comes.
Oh, that reminds me. I did see a comment earlier, and someone asked about how many potatoes you think you can get out of a 5-gallon bucket off of a plant.
One plant or multiple? That's my
I don't know.
Doing now, this is the first time I ever planted.
See, I never tried to grow them in a 5-gallon bucket, so I have no clue. I've got a big raised bed out there.
Whoever it was that asked, there's a YouTube channel called Hollis and Nancy's Homestead, and he has probably the most in-depth, awesome potato tutorial growing in 5-gallon containers and 20-gallon containers that you could ever watch. But I'm thinking if you put one potato in the bottom of a 5-gallon bucket that had multiple eyes growing out of it, I'm gonna think you ought to be able to get at least 5 pounds of potatoes out of it. Maybe a little more, maybe a little less. But I'm thinking a 5-gallon bucket should net you approximately 5 pounds. Ballparking it. Make it lucky, make it upwards of 10. I'll find out next season or next time around, because I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna take one potato with a whole bunch of eyes. I'm not gonna cut it up. I'm gonna put the whole potato in the bottom with probably 6 or 7 eyes. I'm gonna cover it up and I'm gonna see what happens. Because in the containers I have outside, I want to say they're probably 15, maybe 17-gallon containers, and I think I put 5 or 6 potatoes in each one, and I think that was too many because I've got potatoes, man, they're insane.
I like what Prep and Plumber just said. I don't do Glocks either. There are two kinds of people: those who use their guns and Glock owners.
Well, that's messed up, because I love me a Glock.
Man, I had a Glock. I'll tell you what, I had a Glock 19. Carried it around. It was a nice little pistol. It was one of them Lipsy models. So it had a gray frame with a black slide on it. It was a good looking little pistol. And I bought this HK VP9, and I loved this HK so much that I sold the Glock and bought another HK VP9. So I don't own a Glock.
I love my Glock.
This HK VP9 has never failed me, and I have used it a lot.
HK is a very good product. But I think if I ever get away from the Glock, I'm going to go to SIG.
I don't, by the way, I don't use Glocks, but when I do, I drink wine coolers.
Oh my goodness.
And you'll also see me sitting in the tailgate of a Chevrolet.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Here we go. Here we go.
No. Hey, you know what the best, hey, I bet you can answer this, Ghost. You know what the best pistol is?
The one you have?
The one you have.
Rip Curl, I've watched several of your garden videos as well as reviews on your preps. Great job. Looking forward to see your garden grow. Me too, man. He's got some good garden videos.
I know
Ruger's a decent gun.
Yeah, Ruger's a good gun, man.
I'm just a fan of Glock, man.
I've got the little Ruger LC9S. That it's my one that most of the time when I go fishing, or like today when I went to do the yard work and stuff, you know, I've got a little backpack I carry around when I go to work, and I threw my little LC9 in there, a little backup mag in there. I like it, man. It's a nice little pistol. It's a little bit not too bad, but it's a little bit hard to disassemble to clean, but it's not too bad though.
That's one of the main reasons why I'm a big fan of the Glock. I mean, I can break that bitch down with one hand. I mean, it's easy to take apart. It's easy to clean. It's easy to put back together. It's reliable as shit. I mean, it's a very good weapon system.
Yeah, this VP9's really easy to take down too. I showed you that. Come on there.
Uh-oh. 79-year-old grandma has a Glock. Backwoods and Prep better watch out. That'll they start shooting. And I thought I was a good shot. Yeah. All right, what do we got here, Virginia? Ghost and Backwoods. I've asked this question elsewhere, but which piece do you recommend for an inexperienced woman who is left-handed? I have had several suggestions from a 38 revolver. If you're a female and you're just really getting started, you want something that's reliable as shit that you don't have to worry about. You can get a Rossi or a Smith & Wesson 38 revolver. It doesn't have to be a snub nose. You can get a 3-inch barrel, get a 38 revolver, and you are, I mean, it's going to do pretty much what you need it to do until you get comfortable and you want to step up to a semi-automatic. The great thing I like about revolvers, they work every time. Unless you do something stupid or you get shitty ammo, you pull the trigger, it makes noise, things fall to the ground. Reliable, and they're super, super accurate.
Real fast. Born a racer. Hey, bud, what's going on? And yes, my wife has a 38 special. It's a double action, so that, in other words, you can just start squeezing the trigger, and the hammer will come back and slap forward. And you can also pull the hammer back and get a little more accuracy out of them. You know, that's why they're designed. You know, when you start squeezing the trigger on a big hammer gun like that, you know, you can tend to pull a lot if you're inexperienced. So you can just actually cock that hammer back, and then you can take steady aim and squeeze that trigger, and bam.
It's not a big kick. There's not a lot of action to it. It's easy to hang on to. It's a perfect weapon.
The cool thing is I have a 357 Magnum, so I can buy 38 special rounds cheaper than the 357 Magnum rounds, and I can run the 38 special rounds through my 357
all day long.
Yeah, that's, you know, one of the things. Here's how I tested my wife. Okay, I went one night and just, you know, I made sure the weapon was clear and everything, and it was actually the Glock that I had. I made sure the weapon was clear, you know, unloaded, everything, and I waited till she went to sleep. And after she was asleep about an hour, I went upstairs. This is when we had our bedroom upstairs, when we had our, you know, the kids were real small. So what I did was I went up there, I flipped the light on, I threw the gun on the bed, and I said, "Hurry up, cock it, hurry, hurry, hurry." Man, and she's over there waking up, and she's fumbling with the gun, and she's trying to cock it, and she, you know, she can't. And I was like, okay, that told me what I needed to know right there. And I got her a revolver, because she can just pick it up and start squeezing the trigger, you know. You know, and the only reason why I did it like that was because if there is a malfunction on a semi-auto, you know, you've got to be able to know to, you know, drop the mag and clear the malfunction. You know, sometimes you can clear it without, if you're in a bad situation. You know, if you're just out at the range, you know, you want to drop your mag first before you clear it. If you're in a bad situation where seconds count, you know, you're going to try to clear it, you know. But yeah, the revolver, best way to go. That's my personal opinion as well. You know, and I will tell you, the Taurus. Now, I will say this: I had a Taurus, and we got rid of it, and the only reason why is because a buddy of mine sent me a picture of his friend who had a Taurus, and it blowed up in his hand. And I started looking online, and I found a lot of problems with Tauruses misaligning, and it don't take much for it to misalign, and you squeeze that trigger, and you have a detonation.
Yeah,
and
but I mean, it says on here you're inexperienced and you're a female, so if the inexperienced, always go with a revolver, because it's reliable, it's accurate, and you can get your confidence up before you step up to a semi-auto. Always a revolver. Always, always, always a revolver. And a 38, you know, it makes a little bit of noise, not a lot of noise. It kicks a little bit, but not much. So it's a good bridge weapon until you get to something else that you like. You may love the 38 and stay with it forever. Not a problem. It's a very good weapon.
Yeah, and also with the left-handedness, you're not going to have to worry about left or right-handed kind of thing. pretty
You
much.
go about grass flying, the wrong way. Now, if you when you do decide to go to an automatic, if you do decide to go to a semi-automatic pistol, I saw a reference in here to a Smith & Wesson M&P. I had a Smith & Wesson M&P 9mm. It's a very good weapon, and it's ambidextrous. You can flip all the controls to the left-hand side or the right-hand side. It's a simple tool, and you can switch it left-handed or right-handed. But because simply, like a majority of all the semi-autos are manufactured for a right-handed shooter, thumb action, because most people are right-handed. Being a left-handed shooter, I would definitely. I mean, you can get left-handed optional guns, and you can, like the Smith & Wesson M&P and their ammo, you can go left or right. But being new, inexperienced, definitely a revolver, and I wouldn't go anything bigger than a 38 until you get comfortable.
Yeah, that's what I like about my VP9. It's all the functions on it are all ambidextrous as well. You can work it with either hand.
Yep.
But yeah, the Taurus, I will say that I did find pretty easily a lot of detonations on them. They were I don't know what the deal was. I'm sure they fixed it, whatever. Yeah, that's a good point right there, Angry Operator. That is actually a really good point. Yeah, you're not going to have the ejection issues, if you do have to shoot, if you carry it in your purse and you do have to shoot through a purse, you can just reach down in there and boom, boom, I mean, the worst thing that could happen, now they do make, by the way, Virginia Roots, they also do make a hammerless called a Ladysmith. It's a Smith & Wesson. I don't know how many manufacturers make them, because I'd originally looked into one without a hammer, the hammerless one for my wife, because they are specially designed to go into like purses and stuff. So because if you've got one with a hammer and you go to try to squeeze the trigger, if something falls in there in between that firing pin and that shell, it won't go off. But now they do make a hammerless one. I know Smith & Wesson makes one called a Ladysmith, and we really looked into one, and I started to get one for my wife, and it's actually a hammerless. It has a little, you can kind of see the hammer there, but it's just made for.
It's an internal hammer. Actually, I think that they were originally designed. They were called the Bodyguard, because they were made that you could carry them in your front pocket, and when you wanted to pull it out, the hammer wouldn't get caught on your pants, on the seam in your pocket. But the hammer is actually internal, so you can just take it Bodyguard. And then the Ladysmith has it, and but it's made for like purses and bags and things like that, so it doesn't get snagged. And nothing, like you said, nothing can fall in between the hammer and the round.
And just remember, if you have some of the a good frying pan,
cast iron,
yeah, good cast iron frying pan, and you're you're sitting behind a door frame, and someone walks around there and you smack them right in the face with it, that works well too.
Y'all are pooping. What the hell?
Popping.
Oh, I thought it said pooping. I'm like, really? I thought we were past the manure part.
No, pooping would be 2 O's and 1 P.
Well, that concludes the spelling bee issue of the broadcast tonight.
Yeah, I know we were kind of supposed to be talking about gardening, but also we do like to, follow along with chat, and because you guys, I mean, y'all are, without y'all, again, we're just 2 old guys sitting around talking crap, and we're still 2 old guys sitting around talking crap, but at least we got people to listen. So we really enjoy.
If we want to swerve back into the gardening lane and do some gardening questions, we can do that. But I mean, the main thing, especially for an SHTF garden, is to start planting shit now, like right now. Like Seeds don't cost shit. And guess what? They replenish themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Give a little sunshine, give a little bit of water. It's going to make fruit. Ta-da! You got seeds, you know. Don't just leave that Ziploc baggie sealed up that said, you know, survival garden and think that shit's going to work. Okay. For all you know, them seeds were, you know, propagated in China. They went through the post office. They probably got irradiated. They might not even work.
Miguel said, we're not talking crap. We're speaking manure.
We're speaking of what? Speaking
manure.
manure.
Yeah. We get that gun question a lot. We should all do videos on our top 5 picks for women's and men's handguns. Yeah. Yeah, I mean Rip Curl, I don't disagree with that, man.
Not at all.
You know, there's a lot of different, there's just a lot of different weapons. There's a lot of different styles. There's a lot of different style holsters. I probably got 20 freaking holsters in there, and I wear like 2 of them.
Yeah.
You know, because it was just holsters that I didn't like, you know, and people that are just getting started out or maybe just has one holster and is like, man, I'd really like to have a different kind of holster. That might be some good videos actually to make and show the different styles of holsters, you know, and tell what you liked about it and what you didn't like about it and the reason why that it may be good for, you know, because I've got one holster that is really good for certain applications, but it's not good for other applications, you know, and you know, so yeah, that might not be a bad idea, Ghost, you know, and Rip,
I'd do it.
Rip, you know, actually great idea, you know.
Thanks to listening to you. Amazon has worms on my way home right here. So yeah, nice job, Miguel. You ordering some? Yeah, they're awesome, man. Oh, the Solus says, Ghost, didn't you say put rice in the freezer? Your rice and your dry beans should go in a freezer for a minimum of 72 hours. That's 3 days minimum. Mm-hmm. I got 80 pounds in the freezer right now. I've been in there for a week and a half. And then I'll pull them out, let them come back to room temperature for 3 days, at least 2 days. Slow. Then long-term store them in Mylar, and then put them in the buckets.
Yeah, Prep and Plumber, you're absolutely right. If you've only got one holster, you ain't carrying every day. And that's, I mean, I got a holster. I probably showed it to you guys, but I've got a holster sitting right here. That this holster right here, honestly, is one of my favorite holsters. Now it is a outside the waistband holster, and you know I just wear extra big shirt, you know, a size or so big for me, and it covers it up. You know, they talk about imprinting. I really don't care, to be honest with you, at this point in the game, but. Yeah, this holster here, this is a Versa carry, and you can get these little magazine holders with a little belt loop, and it comes with a belt, and you can get the whole package for $70, and you get them in different styles and everything. I really like this one with the cross on it, but you can get them in different styles and everything, and yeah. This is one of my favorite holsters here. I wear it a lot.
Yeah, Susanna, you're going to love that belly band holster. I've got one and I love it. I mean, I love it. It's one of the most comfortable holsters I've worn. It takes some getting used to, simply because it's not. I don't even know how to describe it because it's an elastic. It's almost like a girdle. It's an elastic band that goes around your entire belly. So it really distributes the weight a little bit more evenly, and depending on how tight you pull it, it's I got no issues with it. The only issue I have with it is I wish they would have made it. I wish they would make a new version and incorporate some nylon inside the elastic and have like a nylon adjustable belt to it on the inside where it really stays tight, because over time the elastic tends to give and you got to keep making it tighter and tighter. But hopefully they'll they'll improve that design, but you're going to love it.
I'll tell you now, I do have, I mentioned, I noticed somebody mentioned in one of the chats, and I don't remember how long ago it was, but it was, or I mean, it was like last week, but I'm saying I don't remember which live stream it was on, but we had kind of got to talking about guns or something, or holsters and stuff. And I remember seeing, like, right there towards the end, somebody mentioned something about duty belts, you know, and what they said is what about having them things like cops wear? Well, that's called a duty belt, and I have one of them. I actually have the inner belt on right now. I'll pull it off here so that I don't have to get up and show y'all and get inappropriate and stuff, lifting my shirt up. But so this basically is the liner belt. It's a 511 tactical. As you can see, it's a great belt, and it comes with another belt. You put this one through your belt loops, and like right now, you know, when I'm not wearing my duty belt, I wear my knife. I've always got a big knife on my side everywhere I go. But this belt here, and it's just Velcro, and it holds up very well. And then it comes with an outer belt. So when you buy this, you buy the kit, you know, the inner and outer belt. And it comes with an outer belt that you can actually put your holster. If you live in a state that they allow open carry or whatever, you can just take it and it just pops on. Well, let me go get it. I'll show you. It's real simple. I'll get it and show you.
All right. Okay. Have we growing rice at all? You watched the YouTube video. Karen, I've never tried growing rice. I don't fathom that I ever will, simply because it's probably one of the cheapest preps that you can buy, and I have a bunch of it. Maybe one day I would, but I've never really thought about growing rice. I never have.
So this is the outside part, okay? So it's got my retention holster on it, and basically it's got a little deal right here that you clip, and it just comes undone like that. You see what I'm saying? And pops back into place, and it holds real nicely. And for extra support, it comes with these. And it's got them. It comes with 4 or 5 of these. Plus, you can order extra ones. And basically, when you put the inner belt on, so all you got to do, is take this and unbuckle this right here, and you slide it around your inner belt and your outer belt here, and snap it back down, and it holds the belts together better. But the Velcro also on the inside sticks to your belt as well. And you can pick these up. I think I paid $70 for this one. And man, it's real nice because, man, you can just pop it right off, and you still got your inner belt on, and it's pretty nice. You can put all kinds of attachments on these. You can put extra mag holders on them, whatever you want to do. Because I wear this mostly when I'm wearing my plate carrier. So I've got my extra mags on my plate carrier, but you can install them on this if you would like. But that's what I like to do. And I've got my knife sheath that this knife actually goes in when I slip that on. So I did notice somebody had mentioned that in one of the last chats we used that we did, and I it was like right at the end, and we were already clicking off there, so we didn't get to cover it. And so yeah, these duty belts, you can get them all different styles and different thicknesses and stuff. And if you live in a concealed or a open carry state, man, these are really nice to have, honestly, because like I said, you can just pop it right off when you get in the car, you know, and that way you ain't got the thing all strapped to you and all that, and then you can just pop it right back on when you get out. So thought I would cover that real quick.
Yeah, I remember that question. That was last week.
Was
Yeah,
it
Karen,
like, yeah.
tried to grow rice simply because it's so cheap to just buy it and store it and it lasts for 25 years. I'm like, you know what, I'll just get 25 years worth and not worry about growing rice.
Right. Yeah, I ain't never tried to grow rice. I don't know that I would try. I mean, that stuff's got to stay pretty wet, don't it?
It's too cheap. I mean, you can get 20 pounds of it for $8.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I mean, to try to grow it would seem you could
I know they grow a lot of it in Louisiana.
You could store enough of it that shit.
You
I
ain't
don't
got to worry
think.
about growing it. It's easier to just store it, to buy it, store it, and I mean, I don't know how hard it is to grow. Dude, are we wearing the same shirt? Pretty damn close.
Yeah, mine looks better because it's on me.
Well, I've got the ghost version. And it's actually called the ghost version. It's where it's subdued. You've got like the full print version. Damn, you copying me, bro. Yeah, I've got the ghost version of the Spartan shield or the Spartan helmet.
Yeah. Hell yeah. Great minds think alike, man. That's all you can say. You know. Rice grows in bogs pack.
I know they grow a lot of it, and I know they grow a lot of rice in Louisiana because they got nailed last year with the hurricanes. It decimated the rice crops. But I mean, I watch videos of them in like Vietnam and places growing rice. I'm not going through that shit. I'm not walking barefooted in a dirty mud puddle doing rice. Not when I can just go buy a 20-pound bag for $8.42. I'll just buy get several years worth and just not have to worry about growing it. Well, thank you, Susanna.
I think I'm still behind again here because let me refresh this thing. Well, y'all have a good night. I'm gonna smoke and take old lady to bed. It's a Conway Twitty night. I hear you.
Hello, Conway.
Yeah, he's gonna be like, "Hello, darling. Nice to see you."
It's been a long time. Yeah, that's something that as much rice as we eat in the United States of America, you would think that would be like a huge crop, that we would have heard about. I never even knew we grew rice in the United States. And
Arkansas is a huge producer of rice, man.
Why am I getting echo?
I don't know. Arkansas is a huge producer of rice. Do you know that?
I didn't know that. I knew Louisiana was. I didn't know Arkansas did.
Oh yeah, Arkansas is a huge producer of rice, man.
Kicking it Homestead. I am on the North Carolina border. I'm right in the middle. I'm South Central North Carolina, right above the South Carolina border. I'm real close to Rockingham, if you know where that's at. What? I won't eat rice unless it's an emergency. I lost 154 pounds. No rice, no pasta, no potatoes. I can do that.
Mr. and Mrs. Plummer, y'all have a good evening.
Good night, y'all.
I'm actually planting lettuce bins while I listen. Rip Curl,
Jeff,
you're always planting something.
I know, right? Jeff Yaphet Methuselah. I would tell the ladies to get a 1911 380 before a revolver. Keep them ready deployed. Practice with it. Yeah, I'm. You know, you and I agree on a lot of things, Methuselah, but we are going to disagree on that. The 1911 is an awesome weapon. I love it, but that thing is malfunction prone, big time. And a 380 is nothing but a small 9mm. And both of those weapon systems are semi-automatics. The revolver is reliable and accurate. For a female that has very little experience, I would never put them with a semi-automatic, not to start with. I would get them used to the firearm basics, firearm safety, the function of the weapon, how it works. It would always be a revolver first, then transition into possibly a 380, which is, I like the 380. I like the frame because you can get a full-size 380 frame. You can get a 9mm frame caliber 380. You know, so you can get a full-size pistol but fire 380, which means it's going to kick less. There's going to be less operational issues with it. You know, the 1911, and don't get me wrong, I love the Colt. I love a 1911. It's a beautiful, beautiful weapon. But there are a lot of operational issues with a 1911. That's why the military shifted away from that and went to the 9mm Beretta.
Well, I've got a Colt 1991 A1. It's basically a newer version of the 1911, and the only problem that I've ever had out of mine was the feed ramp wouldn't feed certain hollow points, and I basically poured it and polished it, you know. So basically I cleaned the feed ramp down with some emery cloth and solved that problem. And the only other problem, if you got a 1911, you definitely want backup springs.
Yeah,
springs, because it is so heavy, and that's a lot of action going on there, a lot of heavy action going on, because mine are all 45s. You definitely want backup springs. Backup springs.
Has to break that thing apart, clean it, and put it back together.
And it's not that bad.
The actual 1911 compared to a Glock,
it's not that bad.
It's a pain in the ass compared to a Glock. I mean, you just boom, boom, it's done. A 1911, you got, yeah, it's I mean, don't get me wrong, it's one of my favorite weapon systems ever. I love a 1911. I want a pair of matching Kimbers, but you know, as far as functional reliability, ease of use, ease of maintenance, I'm staying with the Glock until I find something better.
Yeah, I mean, that's the whole thing about it is, guys, is gals, everybody. I've got a Kimber 1911 45 too. Oh, Bullfrog, I apologize. I didn't read that all the way when I said it. I actually have a Kimber 1911 Kimber Custom.
Yeah, they're beautiful. Beautiful.
Oh man, that son of a bitch is beautiful, man. God dang, it's beautiful.
Yeah, I mean, now
it's a handful of gun too.
Yeah.
Huh?
You can get, I was just saying, you can get several calibers that are on a 1911 frame, like 380, a 22. Yeah, you can get a whole lot of things on the actual 1911 frame, you know, in different calibers. But to me, I mean, when I look at a 1911, I think Colt 45, I think World War II, I think damage and destruction. I mean, that was a badass, brother. That thing was awesome.
Yeah, Bullfrog, not to rub it in, brother, but I do have a Kimber Custom, and it's a pretty son of a bitch, man. God dang, it's a beautiful weapon, man. It's a handful of gun too, and one night, Bullfrog, holler at me and we'll do one of them video calls if you can do that. I'm sure you can, and when we're not on a live stream, and yeah, mine's 45 only. If I'm buying a 1911 style, I'm buying a 45. I mean, that's just me.
Yeah, I mean the Kimber 45 1911. That's that's if I had to, yeah, I want two. I want a matching set. The Shield's Easy is a great 380 mid-size semi-auto for ladies and small-handed men. I competed for 20 years, and everyone uses mostly 1911 style pistols. A well-built 1911 or 2011 capacity. Yeah, I mean I love a 1911. That style is just that style will never go away. That thing's like it's legendary. It's like come on, it's like the Ma Deuce, man. It's like the Browning 50 cal. It's like it's history.
Hey, angry operator, that feed ramp problem, dude, I'm telling you, take some emery cloth and take your slide off of it and just sit there with your hand like this and just polish that feed ramp. And just that's all you do is just sit there and polish it with some emery cloth real lightly. Don't press real hard on it, but just sit there and do that. I did that to my Kimber, and I did that to my Colt 1911 that I've got. And I'm telling you, I don't have them feed problems. When I first got my 1911, I did have some feed problems, and somebody, it was actually a military guy that done competition shooting, and that's what he used was the Colt 1911, and that's what he told me. He said, "Man, if you'll take and polish that," he showed me what to do, and it's not real hard, man. And you can take and polish that thing down and and man, I don't have any feed problems at all anymore. Yeah, Springfield 19. Well, let me just tell you this. I walked into a gun store pawn shop, and they had a brand spanking new. They had this brand new Kimber Custom 2 sitting there, and the guy had it marked down to $650. He was having problems selling guns. He was needing to generate some money, and I bought it. I couldn't pass it up. I couldn't get the money out of my wallet quick enough. But I don't know. The 45, I carried 45s around for a while, and that's the only bad thing about the 45 is you're limited on your ammo, and it's heavy. It's a lot of weight when you can carry a 9mm, and but now I do know a police officer that had a guy that was drugged up, and he emptied his gun, a 9mm, and the guy still got to him. He emptied his freaking gun into that guy, and they said he only missed him one time, and the guy still got to him, and they struggled, and the guy, of course, collapsed pretty quick, but he still, if he would have had a knife or something in his hand, he still could have stabbed him, A 45.
And Leslie, I'm starting to see a little bit of ammo, like random, a little bit of several different random calibers, but they're not fully stocked.
Ain't it funny, Ghost, that no matter what we talk about, everything always seems to go back to guns?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was CBs. He was on drugs. The guy, they said he was like, had some meth and heroin in his system.
No, he was dead and didn't know it.
Yeah, he was dead and didn't know it. But yeah, he emptied his 9 into him. But that's the cool thing about a 45, man. You're packing a lot of punch, to a pair of ordnance. Man, a pair of ordnance is freaking sweet too.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, see, that was one of the things, Rip, that I looked into about, possibly trading my Kimber off, because I only shot it a couple of times. I ain't shot it very much at all. I did clean the ramp up on it, and you know, I've shot some rounds to it, but I've not shot it very much at all. I mean, hell, it's just such a beautiful pistol, you know. And I I looked into the double stack and everything that holds, you know, them 15, 20, you know, 18 rounds, 20 rounds or whatever. But I thought about that same thing, man, with a 45. I mean, God dang, that would be heavy. You know what I'm saying? I mean, cause I'm not that big of a guy, you know, I'm like 5'9", and, you know, weigh around 170, 175, you know, depending on how much I work and eat and so forth, you know. I've been as heavy as 210 before, you know, but um I I was having a lot of back issues, so I got my weight back down to, you know, I stay around 175, 180 now, you know, depending. And I'll tell you, man, that's just a lot of weight for someone like me. You know what I mean? That's a lot of weight. It gets uncomfortable pretty quick, you know.
Like when I carried my 1911, I had a shoulder rig, and it actually worked out pretty good because, you know, I carried my 45, you know, here, but I carried 2 reloads here, so the weight kind of evened it out a little bit. But if I was just running a 45 on my hip or something, that it would take some getting used to. You know what I mean? What? What is this Starlink thing? Starlink just went by, crazy looking, huge, headed northeast. What the hell does that mean?
I have no idea. I've heard of Starlink, but I don't know. I'm not sure what it is.
I thought it was like a whole bunch of satellites up there getting the internet all over the globe or something.
What do y'all think of the pistol? Well, first off, Kicking It Homestead says, which guns shoot 6 rounds, which 9, and which 10? At what point does it switch to semi-auto with magazines? Does that make sense? Well, they do have some revolvers that shoot. I think that I don't. Do they have revolvers that have 10 rounds? I know they have them that have 9 rounds.
I ain't never seen one that does 10. I've seen a 9-round 22.
Yeah, that's we bought
Uh,
my father-in-law one for Christmas. We all pitched in and got him a Ruger. I think it was a Ruger Vaquero, and it was a real expensive pistol. It's like a 9-round 22 mag, I think it is, or 20.
yeah, a revolver is never gonna be a semi-auto. A semi-automatic is gas operated with a slide on the top, and that uses magazines. Revolvers, you load each round.
Rip Curl. Well, let's go real quick. Rip Curl. I see that. We'll get to you in just a second. I'm pretty sure. I mean, like my little Ruger LC9S holds 7 rounds, and that's a semi-automatic. But I'm not thinking that. I mean, you know, revolvers are pretty much all 6 round. I mean, you can get 9 rounds. I've never heard of a 10-round revolver. I've just never heard of one. I'm not saying they don't exist. And Japhet says, what do y'all think of the pistol carbine and true uses for it? I have what's the High Point 9mm carbine, and it's actually, for a High Point, they build some it's actually a pretty sweet little weapon. My father-in-law has it in the 45, the High Point 45, and they build it in the 40 as well. And I'm gonna tell you, man, it's a pretty sweet little weapon. Some bitch will fire every time. It's you can get 20 round mags for it, and it's kind of a bulky type weapon, but it's really pretty awesome little weapon. I know Kel-Tec makes a little breakdown, I think it is, or a little I looked at, but I heard they were having a lot of problems out of them. Don't really know a whole lot about the carbine, pistol carbine, except for the high point. I can tell you I own one, and it'll fire as quick as you. And Rip Curl asked, Backwoods, was your timber made in Oregon or New York? Rip Curl, I don't know, to be honest with you. I'll have to check that out and look and see what it says on the side. See if it was made in New York or Oregon.
Angry Operator says, Ghost, I'm looking into my first shoulder rig to wear under my motorcycle jacket. Leather the way to go? Question mark. Nervous, won't be comfortable. I'm gonna tell you from experience. When I rode, I actually I was carrying a 1911, and I carried it two ways. I had a shoulder rig. It was leather, and I carried pistol on one side and two reloads on the other, which kind of evened the weight out. But my jacket also had the internal pockets on both left and right. And to be honest with you, it was a lot easier just to shove the pistol in my belly pockets in my jacket. Or one of the last things I got when I rode is I actually have two of them. I have a black one and a white one. It's a compression shirt that you wear underneath your outer shirt. It's a super tight compression shirt, and inside the shirt there's a shoulder holster built inside the shirt, and it's got Velcro closure pockets where the shirt is your shoulder holster. I mean, I've got them in storage in one of these boxes. I'll dig them out and show them to you, but they're very, very comfortable. The only problem is to get to your pistol, you got to either rip the buttons off of your button down or pull your shirt up to get to them, or only wear that shirt underneath your motorcycle jacket. But for ease of use and longevity, I would say a leather shoulder holster.
Yeah, Independent Marine, they do make a revolver called the Judge that you can shoot. What is it? 45 long Colts, 410s.
Yeah.
And I think a 454 console. Is that right?
I'm not positive. I know the 410's part of it.
Rip Curl, I know he's freaking smart on that stuff. Rip Curl, the Judge. I know you can shoot a 45, a 45 long coat, and it also shoots a 410 shell. Will it shoot a 450 console, or am I thinking of something else? I might be thinking of the 500 Smith & Wesson. I think my buddy's got one, and I think it's the one that shoots the 500 Smith & Wesson, the 454. I don't remember.
I agree with you. That's what I run. I run a Glock 40. I'm waiting for somebody to answer your question on the Judge.
Yeah. 45 and 410. I think there's a place for pistol caliber carbines. Honestly, I'm going to carry something that size. I would carry a rifle caliber.
Yeah.
Because what you gain. I agree. I agree with that too. I bought the I bought that high 0.9 millimeter because I got it for $170, and it's had probably maybe four magazines run through it. I mean, it was one of them deals. I had a bunch, I was working a bunch of overtime, had the money. run across it and bought it, you know. Okay, 454. Okay, Rip. That's I couldn't remember. So, Rip Curl, the it was a 500 Smith and Wesson I might be thinking about, but yeah, the Judge does do a 45 long coat and a 410, and you can buy some pretty nasty home defense rounds for a 410, by the way.
Oh yeah.
Especially if you start shooting them damn them slugs. God dang, dude, them some nasty little rounds, boy. Do y'all prefer a handgun or shotgun for home defense? I have both.
I'm gonna be honest. It depends on who's in the house. If I'm
Yep.
the only one in the house, and then it's going to depend on what the house is made of. I mean, are all the walls 2x4s and sheetrock? I mean, I have both. I mean, I'm not gonna lie.
I've got a 12 gauge shotgun sitting beside my bed, an AR-15 and a 45, and a 9mm sitting beside my bed. I don't know. And on the other side of the bed, there's a shotgun and a 38 special. So I mean, it's you know, to pick in the middle of the night, honestly, the middle of the night, something goes off, I hear a noise, I pick up my other VP9 has a front light on it. It's a what's that name brand? It's not Olight, it's a Streamlight. I have a Streamlight on the front of it that I can just it's got a, you know, the toggle, so, or you know, it's got a little handle or whatever, a little handle that comes out to the side, and I can just press it down and let it go, and the light will turn on and off real quick, or I can flip the other side and it'll stay on, you know, the whole time, and then I can flip it twice real quick, and it'll stick, and it strobes. And honestly, if I hear a bump in the night, I usually pick up my pistol, my 9mm. I mean, that's, you know, and I hand the shotgun to the old lady, you know, and say, here you go. Just make sure it ain't me when you squeeze the trigger, you know, because it's got a light on it as well.
The fence, and there's other people in the house, then I'm going to go with handgun. I got more control. I can dial it in. It's pinpoint accuracy. But if it's just me and there's just melee going on two rooms down, I'm throwing buckshot to a wall, son. I'm double up bucking the entire house.
Yeah, Rip Curl, I agree. I mean, that's what I pick up as my handgun. Yeah. Control, it's quick, it's easy, you can keep it tight to your body, you know. You don't want to be, and Leslie, by the way, if you get a handgun and you're going to use it for home defense, okay, if you're going to go creeping through the house, don't walk out like this with the handgun out, walking around corners and stuff, because somebody can snatch it right out of your hands. I've taught my children how to do this. I have a 14 and 15-year-old kids that can snatch a gun out of your hand just like that. Yeah. You know, it's not that hard.
Now, if I'm alone in the house and I hear all kind of craziness going on in the living room, say if my perimeter is being breached and it's on the opposite side of one wall, I'm double up bucking that entire wall. I'm ripping it down. You know what I mean? That's out of my line of sight. I know there's dumb shit over here, so I'm throwing some damage downrange.
Yeah, I have them PDX-1. Have you heard of them? Them Winchester PDX-1 home defense rounds?
Yeah.
For shotgun? God dang, dude.
But if I'm hearing a bump in the night and I got to go figure out what it is, and there's a little investigation still going on, and I need to provide safety for everybody else in the house, because I don't know if it's one of my family members in the kitchen getting milk or something. It's going to be a handgun. I'm only screen for Backwoods till he gets back.
I'm coming. Look, I busted my butt this week, and I'm having me a few drinks.
That's for you.
William Smith, let me tell you something. Like I said, I bought the sorry, Joker. Well, so what you're asking is if I have you in the bed with me, yeah, I would probably just pull my high point 9mm pistol. I actually don't have a high point pistol, William. It actually with you, if I had a trans guy, or in other words, if I had you, William, in the bed with me, I'd probably just cuddle with you, because you do kind of look cute and
Northern girl.
I'm kidding, William. No, the high point, the carbine I bought, like I said, man, I was working a lot of overtime. I was making a lot of good money, and I was in a pawn shop one day, and the thing's pretty much brand new. It was $175. I couldn't pass it up. I bought it, and it had like, I don't know, like 4-5 magazines with it or something, some 20-round mags and some 10-round mags, and I bought it, and the damn thing really does good. I mean, I can't complain about the high point carbine, honestly, from the performance I've got out of it. Now, would I go buy a high point pistol? I haven't, but I have actually considered buying one to keep in the vehicle. And the reason why, because you got them butthole cops out there. And especially if you live in a state where they like to take your gun away from you. I wouldn't be sporting a $800 pistol in my truck. I would probably be sporting a high point, $300 pistol. And you know what? If they take the damn thing and, no big deal. Hey, Northern girl, what's up?
Virginia Roots wants to know if you're the big spoon or the little spoon, Backwoods.
I'm always the alpha dog. I'm just telling you now. I'm the alpha. So big spoon here. Just saying.
Right, so back to the trans question. It was a trans guy. So why would you say guy? If it's trans, then the whole guy girl thing doesn't matter anymore, right?
I guess. Yeah.
If it's trans, you're just trans. You're just lost in translation, right? That's what it means, yeah.
You guys in the chat are killing me, man. That's it. I'm going to change my name again. Screw this.
Frontwoods and spooning.
Frontwoods and spooning. Hell yeah. I like it. That's what Arkansas Living needs to change his names to. Frontwoods and spooning.
Backwoods beta male. New channel name.
Right? Oh my gosh, you guys are crazy. Like a sport. Oh Lord. Guys, y'all ain't right. Well,
Yep.
It depends on how far they've taken the transition. Y'all ain't very nice.
Back trans prepper.
I hope everybody's having a good night, because I sure am. I really do love you guys in the chat, man. Y'all are awesome. We gotta that's the cool thing about this, you know, is that we come in here and we do the serious stuff, but we can have jokes and make jokes and laugh. I love it. Down the rabbit hole. That's now see, Bug Dude, that's going to be more on Ghost side. He's one of them rabbit hole guys. You know, he's the one that's got all the rabbits and stuff.
Yeah, I'll do the rabbits. You do the spooning. You do the trans spooning. I'll deal with the rabbits.
Prepper tunes. Ghost Prepper and Backwoods. I do lyric videos with a prepper message. Do you have a favorite song? You're really probably going to be Cause I actually, some of y'all know this already, but some of y'all don't. I actually like rap music, country rap and stuff, you know.
Yeah, as long as you do it with a banjo and it's got a hook that keeps saying you got a pretty mouth, we can probably make it work.
No, I don't really dig that kind of country stuff. I really and truly, if it's like either real hard heavy metal like Slipknot type metal, or like rap, I don't know. It's I don't really actually listen to a whole lot of country music, to be honest with you. Believe it or not, if I listen to country music, it's going to be old country like Willie Waylon, stuff like that. Yeah, I don't. Most of the time, if you hear me listen to music, it's gonna be some country rap or some, you know, like there's Overtime, Topher, Struggle Jennings, Adam Calhoun. These are some of my more favorite people I listen to. There's Hard Target, Anthony Beast Mode. I don't know if y'all ever heard of Anthony Beast Mode, but he's pretty awesome. He's got some badass rap. Bryson Gray, yes, I listen to Bryson Gray actually. The Backstreet Boys, no, that's ain't they from South Carolina? Up there in South Carolina?
I don't think so.
Yeah, Rip Curl, I've seen that. And I've started to comment on that video, but I didn't know what to say. I watched your video, Rip, earlier, and I gave you a thumbs up on it and everything, but I'm just not sure. Yeah, I don't listen to like gay rap and stuff, man. I'm more of a do a parody of Big Smo. Yeah, working but prepping. I like that.
Arkansas's in here.
I see him. He's been out there. He's high on possum butt. He's been out there sniffing possum parts, and he's done got high tonight.
You want to drop the link?
Sure, drop it. He won't come in. Well, Arkansas ain't going to come in here. He's a wuss. Like I said, he's been snipping possum farts tonight. And Ghost, what music do you like? Prepper Tunes asked.
Yeah, I know it sounds crazy, but I don't really do a lot of music, man. I really don't. I mean, what music I do is fucking rock and roll. It's Slipknot, it's Tool, it's Five Finger Death Punch, it's attitude music.
Man, I'm gonna tell you, I went to we have a thing here in Arkansas. I don't know if they still do it, but it was every year they had Edge Fest. It's a radio station here in Little Rock called The Edge.
Mm-hmm.
And they play a lot of rock and stuff like that. And you know they play they do play like some Beastie Boys and shit like that, you know. But yeah, Tom McDonald is good too. I like Tom McDonald. But yeah, so man, I went to one and Disturbed was the headliner, right?
I love
And
this stuff.
Five Finger Death Punch was there. And I'm gonna tell you right now, and Run DMC was there, by the way, too. Man, it was badass, dude. Well, it was Rev Run, or whatever, DMC, whichever one didn't die. And I'll tell you right now, Five Finger Death Punch like absolutely blew Disturbed out of the water.
Oh yeah, you can't fuck
Dude,
with Five Finger Death Punch, bro. They don't mess
yeah.
around.
Well, you know, everybody was all, man, I can't wait to see Disturbed, you know, and I like Disturbed, you know, and
Me too.
I like Five Finger Death Punch, but I'm gonna tell you, I'm just telling you right now, man, Five Finger Death Punch blew Disturbed out of the water in a live concert, dude. They rocked, son. They got down. I've seen Pantera in concert too. Pantera was a badass band, man.
Oh yeah.
Especially in concert, dude.
Nobody wants to come up here on the panel with us? What, nobody likes us?
Well, Arkansas said give him a minute.
It's CB's daughter.
He's probably, yeah, good night, CB's daughter. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I love Five Finger Death Punch. I love Disturbed too. I like Tool. I like anything with an attitude.
Have you ever listened to damn, what's his name? He's got a funny ass name. He does a lot of he pretty much remakes people's songs, and like most of them he turns into heavy metal. Damn, what's his name? Let me see, I can find it real quick.
I'll be right back.
All right. Oh, we're still live. Sorry, guys. I was looking on Frog Leap Studios, bug dude. Yes, that Leo guy. God dang, man, he freaking dude. Zombie and that damn Hello by Adele. Man, he remade that. Yeah, his Africa song is epic, dude. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. That guy's badass. Yeah, brain part. No, squirrel moment, Emily. Squirrel. I forgot we was live. I'm having a good time tonight. I carried a damn big ass commercial weed eater, one of them big ones, you know, that's got the great big old handle on it, you know, and you carried one of them around half the day today, walking all over up and down hills and shit. So I'm Are you there? There you are. Hey, that band I'm talking about is, or that guy is Leo Marshall or something. It's Frog Leap Studios. You never heard of that,
I don't listen to music, man.
dude?
I don't, which is weird. Like even in my car, going long distance, I just listen to the motor. I don't even turn the radio on.
Oh, dude, if you like music with an attitude, you need to check out Leo, man. Let's see. That sucks that ScrewTube does all this crap. You can't even freaking. We ought to be able to play a damn song up here, man.
No, I got that copyright shit. Prepper tunes.
I know. Did you see what William Smith said?
Yeah, I just had it up there on the screen.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
I was laughing too hard.
Look at Emily. I need one of those industrial size weed eaters. Well, damn, girl. Copyright don't mean shit if you're not monetized. Bull. They pulled one of mine down the second week I was on here. Rage Against the Machine.
Yeah, I did like Rage Against the Machine.
Yeah.
They jammed it out pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah, the copyright thing, yes. A friend of mine did a video, and man, I don't even think they have like 30 or 40 subscribers, and they were just playing some music in the background. Wasn't even about the music or anything. They were just talking, and you could kind of hear the music in the background. They gave him a copyright strike.
Mm-hmm.
They sure did. Took his video down and everything. I hate that the plumbers left. The prepping plumbers.
Yeah.
They
early for a Friday night.
Yeah. Where's Arkansas living at? He said give him a minute. Hey, what?
Last time he said that took him a half hour.
Is this one of them Arkansas minute deals?
Yeah, remember last time it took him a half hour. Give me a minute. It was a half hour.
Yeah, they gave him a strike. Prepper Tunes. It's weird because I've seen other videos where you can hear music in the background and hell, it gets 2,000 views or something, you know. So I don't know, man. YouTube is just weird. And by the way, just so y'all know, just because I got these old gray hairs here, that don't mean I ain't still young at heart, because Ghost probably wouldn't like riding around with me because I've got like a it's right at 2,600 watt stereo system in my truck.
Shit, too fucking
subwoofers. It'll like it. I've got some 10-inch subs in there and 4 aftermarket speakers and in the doors, and it'll distort your vision.
Yeah, you got to cover up the noise that shitty ass Ford rattling engine makes.
No, it's only the Chevrolets that I pass by. The owners, I got tired of passing by Chevy owners on the side of the road and cussing real loud, and my kids, you know, I didn't want my kids listening to them cussing, so I turned on I put the badass stereo system in there. He
said he had bad service to hang on a dang movie minute.
My gosh,
The
he
hell's a
wears. The William Smith. You obviously didn't know me before. I used to only do this 3% thing, and I actually the name of my channel used to be Patriot 3%er and not Backwoods and Prepping, and that's why I did change it. Tonight was just something I just felt like wearing my 3% hat and showing, but a lot of people has already seen this stuff, so it's not that if I don't wear this stuff outside much anymore. Outside of this, I do sometimes, but this stuff back here, that was me at the Capitol. The other picture you can't see because of the screen size, but I seriously, I'm not scared. If I needed to, yeah, that's me right there at the Capitol, at our Capitol in Little Rock. And I'm not scared to load up and go do that again tomorrow if that's what it takes, because I'm not putting up with no more of their bullshit, and I'm not doing it no more. I haven't been putting up with their crap, and they're not going to come and burn our stuff down and act stupid and then drive back home to where they live and live fine in their neighborhood. It's not going to happen. Okay, so just so you know, brother. William, I don't wear this all the time, but I'm not scared to wear it either. You know what I mean? I did want to change my channel name to Backwoods and Prepping because I only do this every once in a while. It's not something I do every day. What I do every day is I fish, I hunt, I do gardening, I work with my chicken pens. I do things like that, and that's why I changed my channel name. So that's how come that picture here that I normally used to show, that was pretty much my background. That's why I went in and I did this right here and changed all this up and made me a Backwoods and Prepping, so that I could do the Backwoods and Prepping deal was the backwoods kind of thing of country boy stuff, or somebody that fishes and hunts and gardens and stuff like that. Yeah, William, I'm not taking it as you being disrespectful, brother. Trust me, it's all good, man. It's not a problem at all. Um I'm not taking it as you're being disrespectful, William. Seriously. And this guy right here, so
What?
well, I was gonna say this guy right here, I like to give him a hard time, only when we're spooning, but I really like this guy, man. I just made it weird.
I like it now that his beard's coming back. He looks
I
like a
know.
grown up. Like a grown up.
I know. He stopped looking like Justin Bieber, finally.
Yeah, he's been a girl for the last month and a half.
I didn't even know that Backwoods was old enough to know who Justin Bieber was. Like,
Who you think taught him how to dance?
Yes, Bullfrog.
Why y'all making it weird in the middle of the night? What's up?
Yes, Bullfrog. I did catch some fish yesterday until the storm blowed in. I don't know where the hell the storm come from. It wasn't even supposed to storm. and I was having 2-foot swells and barely got off the damn lake. I was soaking wet before I got off the lake. Oh,
What?
Arkansas, your accent is not that thick. Are you native to Arkansas? No, he is from New York City.
Manhattan.
As a matter of fact, I was born and raised in Arkansas. I am a native resident of the natural state of Arkansas, and I can tell you just about anything about it if you would like for me to. But there's a minor caveat there, though. I educated myself, so I can kind of sort of talk a little bit more normal like the rest of the people on the internet. I still can't understand anybody else on this panel, so all I can do is read the stuff that y'all are putting up here. But I definitely am a native resident of Southwest Arkansas. Absolutely. What is this?
Freaking North Shore is just like, I
He's all
mean,
beard crazy, man. You broke his heart when you shaved your beard. You shaved your beard. He went into like fucking draws until he found my
depression and shit.
He's in love with my beard, waiting for your beard to grow back out. So hurry up and grow your shit out, because I'm feeling violated.
What do you want me to do? Put mane and tail on it or something? I mean,
yeah, I'll come rub it in for you. I'll do a deep scrub. I'll get fingers in there, just all up and down the cheeks, all up underneath. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Well, then that's all that's gonna do is make my hat smell funny like Backwoods hat.
That's fine. That's cool. I'm good with that.
Like, how you know what my hat smells like?
It's like I can feel it like all up in the internet. It's like I feel it.
I wash my hair every day, bro.
Folks, all up in the internet. He can feel it.
It's in the internet.
It's like
I mean, you got.
See, you digging for chickers or ticks or what's up?
No, no, that dadgum. Be honest with you, that dadgum heavy ass commercial weed eater that had that little strap on it that was over across my shoulder all day long is kind of sore. I ain't gonna lie.
Bullfrog said it just got weird.
Fuck, he obviously was paying attention for the last hour.
Yeah, y'all been making it weird for a little while.
Okay,
now.
hold on. Bullfrog said it just got weird. And
he's the one that made it weird.
The only reason he'd be saying good night is because he wants to go over there and get on Dangerous Freedom's panel where it's really weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, I said it.
That's why I won't ever post videos. I'm afraid someone. Well, fucking shave then. Post a video. Come on, Waterwell guy.
Don't do that. I did it, and I think when I cut my beard hair off, I lost all my power. It was like Samson in the Bible. It's like
I told last week, the day after you shaved your beard, when I logged on to your channel, watched one of your videos, I thought somebody hacked into your shit and took it over. I really did not know it was you. I'm like, wait a minute.
See, hold on a minute.
It'll come back.
Are you trying to be like Ghost? Are you like one of them, like North Shore, that's secretly in love with Ghost and growing your beard back and you shaved your head too?
It's hot outside. Do you not live in Arkansas also? Who was asking about living in Arkansas a little while ago?
Well, I don't know.
It's hot outside.
Well, what does that got to do with anything?
I don't like hair on top of my head.
Well, if you was a dadgum man, you wouldn't have to worry about it being hot outside.
Hold on a minute.
Oh, now he's getting in the costume.
No, I ain't trying to get no costume. I'm looking for my hard hat.
Well, you just hold on a minute.
Now, have you ever wore a hard hat with a head full of hair?
Dude, I worked at the gas field for the last 10 years out on a gravel pad, with a hard hat on and freaking steel-toe boots and stupid long-sleeve shirts and stuff for the last 10 years. So I don't want to hear nothing about it's hot outside in Arkansas.
Man, you lost your tan really fast.
My what?
You lost your tan real fast.
Dude, I go outside and it just I don't, I'm so used to the sun it don't bother me. I don't tan up.
I'm just saying, sun don't bother me either. I was just thinking, I mean, you're talking about all this hard outdoor work you used to do and stuff.
Well, yeah, I don't do it no more.
Well, yeah, we can tell.
Yeah.
What's this mean? William Smith, what are you talking about?
The military uniform.
Whose uniform you want to see?
Yeah.
I've never been in the military. I've got a olive drab green short sleeve shirt on. Is that cool? I mean, I think it probably came from Old Navy or somewhere.
Yeah, I don't have, I mean, I've never been in the military either, but you know, when but I'm being trained by military guys. I don't know where stolen valor is supposed to be coming in.
Stolen valor? Who's he talking about stolen valor?
Well, stolen valor is only when you claim to be military when you're not.
Well, and exactly, I understand that. Or, you know, like you dress up like you're somebody in the military. I mean, most of the guys that I know in the military are bigger morons than I am. I don't understand why. Well, I mean, seriously, we all screw with each other just like we're doing right here on the internet. I don't understand who is on here, because Ghost is former military, correct?
Yeah.
And then
maybe he's talking about because I was showing that I had the military gear on. By the way, William Smith, just so you know, my brother-in-law is a retired military man who was a tank commander and also a captain in intelligence, and every bit of that military gear that I had on come from him. He'd give it to me.
Well, I've got plate carriers and BDUs and stuff at the house in the closet.
Yeah,
it doesn't mean that I'm claiming to be former military. Me and my grandpa and everybody else in my family have been using surplus military gear to go hunting in, like our whole life.
It's not stolen valor unless you're portraying it as a complete uniform, including headgear, blouse, pants, boots, blouse correctly, wearing patches, name tags, and unit designations. Camouflage is not illegal, okay?
What's this?
Yeah, because in fact, I was on Rage in the Cage on Sunday night. I was on his live stream. He invited me on his live stream, and he was talking about, well, as former military guys, you know, what do y'all think? And I said, whoa, let me stop you there. I said, I've never been in the military. He goes, oh, I didn't know that. And I was like, yeah, I was never in the military, so I want to make sure y'all understand that. So I don't know what he's talking about. Anything else?
I don't care. Well, I mean, I'm not butthurt over it. I don't really care. Sure, I'm stealing valor. I've got my.
He was probably just busting balls. He's probably just busting balls. I don't think it was no big deal.
Love you.
The Supreme Court shot down the stolen valor thing anyway.
How we say it in Arkansas? Arkansas.
Bless your heart. I think let's be happy preppers.
Yeah,
Grandma Merkel's a sweetheart.
Yes, she is. I love the military fatigues. To be honest with you, man, they're comfortable as shit.
They're like pajama pants.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I actually have on some guys over in the military, Solomons, that they issued them to run around.
He said he was just busting balls. No big deal.
Welcome to the ball busting.
So I went and bought me some of these, man. They're comfortable as shit, dude.
Yeah, one of the guys down the road he's got 2 or 3 pairs of sneakers that are just like that.
Yeah, the Solomon.
Yeah.
Yeah. These are awesome, dude. I love them.
One of those, there's another one's, and Ghost may know this. Man, what are they called? Because the same company made some shoes for the military, you know, but they make a lot of civilian stuff too, like hiking shoes and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Like Merles, does that sound right? Merle hikers, M-E-R-L-E or something.
Morals or something like that.
Something like that. Because I had a pair of them that were awesome, but man, those things are like $200 a piece. But,
yeah. The best pair of boots, honestly, that I have that I love is them Lowa boots. Lowe or something like that. Lowa, something like that. That's how you pronounce it. They're Lo. Yeah, I love them, man. I've got 2 pair of them.
I'm gonna turn my camera off for just a second because when I go down this hill, I might lose service. So I'll be right back. I'll still be here, but I'm gonna turn my cam off for my internet stuff.
Bullfrog. Some great lady size 6 shoes. I do got small hands and feet. Size goes other places, bro. Just saying. Ghost is like,
man, I know everything gets weird after 12.
I only wear a size 9, so.
I love that screensaver.
Yeah.
I think my grandpa, I think his boot size is like 8.5 or 9 or something like that. He's got short feet, but he's got really high arches. Kind of weird.
Short feet? What the hell is a short foot? That mean like the distance from your ankle to the ground is less than everybody else's? Or are you talking about like the length of the foot? Like
I'm talking about like he's got like he wears like an 8.5 size boot.
Okay.
But his arches are real high. You know, someone we used to run and hike around the woods and stuff like that all the time. He used to get shin splints real bad.
Yeah, I do love the military stuff, man. Military does actually have some really good stuff out there. You know, some of the stuff they made over the years has been junk, but a lot of it's been really good stuff. And all the fatigues and stuff that I got, it seriously did all come from my brother-in-law. They got some kind of vouchers or something, and they had that store they could go to, and I don't know. I've got one set. I've actually got 2 sets in there that are still brand new that I've never worn, and they're treated with that insect repellent. You know what I'm talking about, Ghost?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're treated and all that stuff, and I've still got them still brand new in there. I probably got the dude. I've got a jacket he gave me it's full waterproof. You know, it's a rain jacket, and it's in the multicam, and it's got a liner that goes in it for warmth.
Yeah.
Man, I looked it up, and for me to go buy one, man, it's almost $300 for one. I mean,
it's
it's
Gore-Tex.
yeah, it's the big
Yeah, it's
full
Gore-Tex.
big. Yeah, he fucking just give it to me, man.
Yeah, those things are badass. They're noisy
Yeah.
as shit. They're bad. With polypropylene liner.
Shelly babes, I'm born and raised in Arkansas. Been here my whole life, except for when I was about 5, somewhere in there, 4 or 5 years old. My parents, we moved to Texas for some number of months. I don't know. I don't even think it was a year, and then we moved back to Arkansas. So I've lived in Arkansas my whole life.
As far as I can remember, I've never had a permanent residence anywhere other than in Arkansas. I mean, I spent a lot of time in hotel rooms, out on jobs and stuff like that in other states, but I ain't never actually lived anywhere other than Arkansas.
Yeah, I personally, as far as it goes, once I got up, and moved out, I've never lived anywhere but Arkansas.
Out of all the places I've lived, Arkansas was one of my favorites. I loved Arkansas. Little Rock was kind of strange, but I loved Arkansas.
Little Rock is kind of like our Austin,
Yeah. I mean, I like Little Rock. The people were awesome, as long as they weren't shooting at you. But I mean, I liked there.
The big thing about it is that in Arkansas, you'll get some of the nicest people you'll ever meet, but they also will shoot at you.
Oh yeah.
If you get stupid.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, we don't mind to shoot at you a bit. No
well,
big
that's
deal.
the thing I liked about Arkansas. There's no gray area.
Right.
Oh, you don't get confused. It's like a run. I mean, there's no. You know what I mean?
Well,
it's yes or no.
Well, see, we're the kind of folks that'll invite you in for supper, and if you get stupid, we'll shoot you, and then we're nice enough to take you to the hospital and stay with you overnight and help care for you. Make sure you're okay. But
the conversation starts with you know what happened, right? You know what? Oh, we're here.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm getting
Owed you with hospitality, I guess.
Our chat is like speeding up in the last hour. We spent a lot of time lurking around prepper or homesteading channels. These contain some of the very best people we learn from each other daily. But you have a good. Cool. Awesome, William.
Go away, William. No. If he's gonna troll us, that ain't no reason why we can't troll him back. Just gonna say that.
No, he's not trolling. He's compliments. I think.
Yeah, you got to understand, William. We do troll the hell out of each other as well. Oh man, when like Arkansas Living can go up on a live stream, and I'll be in the chat and I'll troll the hell out of him, man, and he'll do the same to me, and we all do that to each other. Are you in that damn rattly ass Chevrolet?
Yes, I am. I'm actually fixing to go do some impromptu camping. I was gonna actually make you a video.
That stun gun sounds like it's about to fall apart.
Well, let me turn my mic off.
Sounds like you're doing some impromptu shit with that possum. Because he don't look happy.
Dang, rattly old joker Chevrolet.
Don't be talking about my possum.
What are you talking about? You gonna make me a video?
I actually was gonna make you a video.
Well, you know what? I'm gonna give it a thumbs down because you didn't invite me if you're going camping. You sorry, joker.
That's fine. It's 12:30 at night, and I'm going out here to throw a tarp up in the middle of the woods. So, whatever.
When you gonna be serious about having a day off and biting me down there, and we'll shoot up some ammo? And oh yeah, you ain't got no gun. Well, I can bring you one.
Arkansas is going to the front woods. That's a good one, Bug.
I wouldn't make fun of you if you wasn't going to eventually get it back.
Y'all do know that ain't the only gun I own, right?
Well, I wasn't sure.
Well, there's another one right there. Well, it's got right here. There's one. There's another one on the back seat, one on my hip, and one on the console. I mean, and the whole closet full of them back at the house. Just saying. But
so everybody knows, by the way, me and Arkansas actually talk on the phone quite a bit, and we, so we're just giving each other a hard time here.
Have a bond.
Well, I mean, if you ever had a real boat, and a real fishing pole, and you ever caught any fish or anything like that, folks probably wouldn't troll you about fishing either. But I mean, stuff happens.
All I know,
it's just the internet.
All I know is I've showed my shooting videos. I'm about to show some fishing videos. If that storm wouldn't have come up, I would have had some videos to show. And all I know is I've been inviting you and telling you, man, just tell me when. I'll drive down there, whatever. We'll make some shooting videos and all that. And you keep making excuses. So don't try to act like it's me that's scared.
I got stuff to do.
Yeah, that's what I would say too if I met up with someone like me. I'd be scared of someone like me too if I was you.
I would like for you to just explain to the chat or to Ghost or to the rest of the internet, at any point in time, have I ever expressed any concern about anything that you might possibly scare me about?
Well, no, I wouldn't admit it either if I was you.
He'd say he's always the big spoon. He's the alpha.
All I'm saying is I've offered to even drive down there. We can camp out. We can make some shooting videos. We can show how to make campfire food and all that stuff. And you just, all I hear is excuses.
I want to show y'all what I do to big spoons. I turn them into sports.
I'm a sport.
Is that like that transgender stuff?
No, this is actually a Navy spoon that I turned into a spork.
So it's
I didn't like the way that it was talking to me when I tried to eat stuff out of my soup can with it.
So that's technically that's a trans spoon, or is it a trans? It's a trans spoon.
It's a trident. I made it.
It's maybe Aquaman trident. That's an Arkansas trident.
It's a trident.
Man,
oh, shadow.
You're right.
Just saying,
Park living is more of a sport than a spoon.
So now that we got you up here on the panel finally, and we've already established that you're scared to shoot and have some real fun and show campfire cooking and stuff. What is your ideas on a shit hits the fan garden, and what would you think would be the best things to do after shit hits the fan in gardening?
Well, without addressing everything else that you just tried to troll me about, to answer your actual question, well, Corona. I guess, what are you trying to address? Like, what types of plants to be planting? Or are you talking about methodology as far as how they're going?
Just all of it. I mean, just in general, if shit hits a fan, how are you going to approach your gardening, knowing that, you know, people may be trying to come and steal your stuff at night, things like that? I mean, would you switch more to doing like containers, or would you do more of, would you still have a big garden outside, you know, in the ground? You know, and just maybe set up security. I mean, what would be some of the things that you would think would be things to look at?
If the stuff hit the isolating receptacle tomorrow, I would think, you know, I mean, all three of the things that you just brought up would have to be put into place. As far as right now goes, I like my gardening in the ground. But if you know, as far as small container gardening goes, you know, because you can grow quite a few things in small containers, 5-gallon buckets.
Oh yeah.
You know, and you can get those from almost anywhere. I get a lot of food grade buckets and lids and stuff like that here lately from local chicken restaurants, you know, like Chicken Express, Popeye's Chicken, that kind of thing, because they get all their grease and stuff like that in those buckets that have not gamma lids, but they're once used rubber gasketed lids, and they've got good handles. They're good food grade buckets, and they throw them out there by the dumpster, and you get stacks of them.
I'm still
as far as the whole gardening thing goes, you know, I mean, especially, you know, if you're going to follow like the primary alternate contingency type mentality, you can move the stuff that you got in buckets and containers. You can't move the stuff that you got in the ground. So, you know, so I mean, there's that advantage, you know, to have to go along with that if you are going to think about stuff that way. You know, being able to grab stuff up and throw a whole bunch of buckets of plants on a trailer and take it to where you just took all the rest of your stuff with your family, that's you know, obviously would be a great advantage. And it's also a security advantage if you think about being able to mobilize where your stuff is at. If you start having trouble where your stuff is in one location, you can move it to another location that's more secure. And then, you know, as far as security goes for your garden, if you're worried about security for your garden and people stealing stuff out of your garden, it's like you're like a week away from having to worry about security for everything else that you own in your whole house.
Yeah.
So if you're worried about security for your garden, as far as the two-legged kind of wolves, you need to be worried about security for everything else on your property at the same time.
Like the basis for this was an SHTF garden, but it was a broad stream. It's like the way I'm doing my garden now with containers, so I can bring my entire garden in my basement at any given moment. I can bring it out every morning for the sun. I can bring it in every night. It'll take a while, but it's like even with the grand solar minimum, you know, every year we're having to plant later and we're having to harvest earlier. So if you have the ability to start indoors earlier, have it all in containers where you can take it outside, you can bring it inside, whether it's bad weather, straight line winds, you know, tornadoes, neighbors, marauders, things like that, it makes sense to do the 5-gallon bucket garden, especially if your long-term plans are like mine. I plan on growing year-round. All winter long, I plan on growing. I'm gonna have it in my basement. If the temp gets up in the 40s, in November, December, and January, I'll bring containers outside for some awesome sunlight. If not, I'll leave them in the basement with the grow lights. The fruit's going to be smaller, but I'm still going to be able to produce. And that can also transition over into an SHTF situation. So if there's people stealing stuff, to where I can secure my garden every night in the basement. Yes, it's a lot of work, but the grid's down, TV's not working, YouTube ain't working. I ain't got nothing else to do but carry plants in and out, all day. I have to, which was kind of one of the basics, or one of the bases for the reason for this live stream, or the topic. Backwoods, I see that.
So, first off, William H. says that he loves getting survival advice from a guy in a Honda Civic, Arkansas. Next thing, JH556. JH556. We're doing a lot of containers this year, but here in Texas, we battle with stupid ants that have already ruined a spinach container.
Vaseline.
Vaseline you can take, and also I really like the idea of what Ghost was saying. You can go buy you one of them little spray bottles from the Wally Worlds or wherever. You can get them for $6, $7, $8, and you can go over to the little gardening or the fresh vegetable section. What the hell was that? The mouse. And you can go over there to the jalapeno and red pepper section, them real hot peppers, and the ghost peppers and stuff like that, and grind them up real good and mix them with some water, and you can take and spray it all over your containers, spray it all over, and the ants, the dogs won't piss on it, everything. I mean, it'll and if you just got the ones like I've got with I've got just the wooden legs stand up built out of 2x4 containers. You can also, like he was saying, you can put the Vaseline on them, things like that, and the ants will not get to your garden.
Yeah, Vaseline for ants.
Well, something else to consider too is that there's a lot of your little crops, like a lot of the stuff that we were just talking about. Like tomatoes, peppers, maybe eggplants, different things like that. Stuff that's easy to grow in buckets. You're not going to sustain a household without root crops either, and you're not going to be able to do that in buckets, and you're not going to be able to do that very easily. You can do it, but you're not going to be able to do it very easily and keep it portable at the same time.
Mine are pretty portable, man. I got my potatoes in buckets.
I've got like a 100 by 150 garden that, it's going to have green beans on trellises and stuff like that in it. That stuff is not easy to move.
Oh, no. We're talking about an SHTF garden, because, most of us have several 100 pounds of beans and rice already put up. So beans aren't a priority to grow right now, but fresh greens are, like lettuces, collard, spinach, high nutrient foods. Beans takes some time, but like my thing was, if I would normally grow a half-acre garden to supply my family of 4, to grow during the growing season and then put up food to last all year. If I can transition my garden to 365 days a year where I'm growing year round, then I can effectively take the half-acre garden and turn it into 30 or 45 gallon buckets, because every 3 months I'm seeding new tomato plants. So I'm getting fresh tomato plants year round, but there's only like 2 or 3 tomato plants that are actually producing at any one time, for my small farm.
I see what you're saying. I guess I'm just thinking about all the green beans and okra and squash and zucchini and
like
purple whole peas,
the
and
watermelons, things like that aren't portable in a 5-gallon bucket. I mean, because they spread out their vines. The same thing with the beans, their vines. But I mean, I don't need to plant beans for several years. I've got beans. All got beans out the ass. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we've got beans and rice, and we've got buckets of dried black-eyed peas and purple hull peas and rice and pasta and everything else like that too. Yeah. But as far as just from a gardening standpoint, I guess the only thing that I was trying to say is that a lot of the row crops that we use as we grow them every year, right? And a lot of those are not going to be portable the way that we're talking about it.
Oh, no. I mean, it takes a lot of beans to make beans. People think they plant one bean seed and they're going to be beans. No, you're going to get a few. You might get a meal for one person off of one plant, but you got a lot of beans to harvest beans.
Yeah.
William Smith is tripping me out over here. He's taking my place as the troll.
Right. I'm in just so you know, William, I'm in a pole barn style shop building. That's where I do all my stuff at here. My shop building. Got everything all over the place. Lots of stuff. Even a punching bag over there so I can punch people like you in the mouth. I'm just kidding, William.
He's just tripping me out because he's talking so much smack.
I know it.
It's funny because that's usually what I'm doing.
I know he's actually doing a really.
He is. He's
doing a good
decent job.
Yeah, he's doing a good job.
Like the main gist of this was to tell people to just plant something. Don't tell me you got like a Ziploc bag full of seeds with your emergency seed bag, your seed bank, and you aren't growing any of it. Do you even know if the seeds work? Are they any good? Because I planted some seeds and nothing sprouted except for my tomatoes that came a different batch. Like the seeds that I sprouted from the emergency seed bank, none of them sprouted. That was my boy. If you've got seeds, grow them. Try them right now. Make sure they work.
Hey, I'll tell you something, Ghost and Backwoods. If I guess anybody else is listening to this, something that I messed up on, I thought was a good idea at the time. Because I've got a whole pile of seeds, and I started storing them dry. And when I say dry, I mean like room temperature, climate controlled environment, in like Ziploc bags and coffee cans and that kind of thing. Because I put a whole bunch of them in the freezer, and just thinking that it would keep them dormant and that kind of thing, and it worked fine the first year or two. But if you get them out, and then you get a couple of scoops of seeds out of them or something like that, they get condensation. They get a little bit of condensation in there, and you end up getting mold on your seeds. And it might would work okay. Like if you did vacuum seal them, if you vacuum sealed them in really small little package quantities or something like that, so you only opened up a little bit of them, and you didn't open up the whole batch. But if you store them in your freezer and you get them out, especially in a humid environment like it's down here in Arkansas, you get them out and you get ready to plant them and stuff like that, and they start to thaw a little bit, they'll get condensation on them, and you'll end up ruining a whole bunch of seeds like I did. So, don't make that mistake, I guess.
What about some of them silica packs? Them, you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I don't know that would work that great. I mean, you know how it is. I mean, if you put something cold, you know, you get something cold, something frozen out. You know how bad it is with the humidity. It just soaks it up, man. You know.
Yeah. I mean, my thing is, it's good to have some seeds put back. Go ahead and start growing them now and harvest seeds from fresh fruit. You know, instead of relying on stuff that you put in the freezer or vacuum sealed, go ahead and start growing them now. Make sure they work, and then store your own seeds. They're first generation. You just grew them, so you know they're viable. Instead of, you don't know how old them seeds are, they mail to you through the internet. And hell, some bitches might be 8, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 years old. And you might go and try to sow some seeds like I did 6 weeks ago, and none of them came up. Not one seed popped.
Well, that's a whole nother deal too. Is that whenever you like your second or third generation of saving seeds from stuff that is heirloom that you can keep doing like that, those plants that you grow from that second or third generation of seed harvesting actually grow better and produce more in your soil than the first generation did, because they kind of, I can't remember what they call it, but they get acclimated to that environment. You know, they kind of, it's almost like a minor evolutionary thing or whatever.
Yeah.
Right. Well, yeah, that's what we were talking about earlier, Arkansas, was that, you know, when people order these seeds, you know, they get online because, man, you can just get online and order some seeds and have them sent to your house, you know, no big deal. But we were expressing this earlier, is that you really need to make sure that you are not buying seeds from, you know, New York and Michigan, and you know, like here in Arkansas, we need to be buying seeds that are more local, you know, to this region.
Right. Yeah, I mean, you're better off. And stuff like squash, you know, squash and zucchini and stuff like that. Most of your straight necks, crook neck, yellow squash, and your zucchinis and different things like that, you can, I mean, it's one of the easiest vegetables to harvest the seed from, you know, just like pumpkins, you know, pumpkins and stuff like that. You can't really do it necessarily with watermelons, but a lot of your stuff like that and stuff like, you know, like Arkansas Traveler tomatoes and different things, you know, which tomato seeds, they say it's better to ferment them, ferment them and then dry them out to break down that stuff that gets on the outside of them that keeps from germinating. But you know, your a lot of your squash seeds and stuff like that, if you just buy your produce from the local farmers markets and keep the seeds out of it and then eat the rest of it, and you can regrow that and it'll be local stuff, you know.
See, the redneck prepper here said he's had seeds in the refrigerator for 3 years. His son got a small crop out and it was 100% germination. That's awesome. But here's the deal. In an SHTF situation, if you want all your seeds germinate, that's awesome. But maybe you're not. Maybe you're somebody that got a bad batch that they ordered online that said it was their salvation, their SHTF into the world seed vault, and none of the fucking seeds germinated. But if your dumbass would have planted some like I just did and figured out, you know what, none of these seeds are fucking viable, they're useless, I got to get some more seeds. So get your seeds, plant them, harvest, put up your own seeds so you know they're viable. None of this going through UPS, getting irradiated through the mail, you know, and thinking, oh, we got a stamp on it, they're made in the USA, they're going to last for 20 years, and you take them at their word. It's like the oxygen absorbers that are made in China. Believe that shit. You gotta vacuum seal it anyway with an oxygen absorber just to make sure. You know what I mean? It's your food supply.
If you search online, a lot of times you can find people who seed in your local areas, And instead of, like he's saying, you know, instead of ordering them, get up and go drive there and, you know, buy some of the seed from some of these people you know, who really specialize in this stuff. I mean, it's not, you know, it's not something you, like I said, you know, just ordering stuff from offline, you know, I mean, you're not, you really need to research before you order your seeds. You know, don't just go online and go, oh, well, there's a good price right there, I'll just order these, because you may be really disappointed. You know, because like I said, if it's not from your region, you know, things are not used to growing in your type of environment. You know, so you don't want to. Yeah, so I've seen online when I was researching for seeds to keep here at the house. You know, I did a lot of research on it, and that was one of the things that I really learned was that very thing. Was to, you know, start looking at all the different things, you know, your environment and everything, and I started, when I really started digging deep into the research, I started finding a lot of stuff that was, you know, there were people actually in my area, you know, that, you know, it was a little bit of a drive, but not too bad, that actually specialize in, you know, seed growth, you know, and stuff, and you can get seeds from them people. Yeah, I'm gonna tell you right now, Bug Dude, I can't put anything outside. It's still too cold at night, basically, and we have to wait a couple more weeks. Man, I hate that. I I'm glad I live where I do, because we have such a long growing season, and it gets so hot and humid here. I mean, man, you can go out there in the morning time and everything is just soaking wet, you know. So it's really not that hard to grow stuff in Arkansas. I guess that's why they call it the natural state, and I love it. You know, I love it here. I don't know, you know, people that don't live in a state like this, to where you don't have a very long growing season, I would say really invest in greenhouses, you know, so that you can grow year round. You know, that's one of the things that you need to, if you live up north where it gets cold, stays cold a lot, your growing season's very short, invest in greenhouse. Just period.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, that would
It
be,
may even be it can just be a PVC hoop house, you know, with some plastic on it. It can be a basement. It can be, you know, I mean, you can start and grow most of your seedlings more, you know, 4 to 6 weeks.
there he is.
What's up, man?
There's Toad Frog. I mean,
What's going on,
Bullfrog.
brother?
What's up,
What's
man?
up, buddy? How are you, man?
Good, man. I got a question for Goose. How often you have to water the containers? I know the containers. I do like 1 container of basil here in South Carolina, but it dries out so fast. I have to water it like every single freaking day.
It depends on what kind of rain you're getting.
Okay.
Depends on what kind of rain you're getting. Like my potatoes, I mean, all of it is ringed with massive holes. So I douse the shit out of them, so they get the water through, sitting in the water. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Okay. I do. I plant all my potatoes in rows in the ground, and I actually harvest my potatoes as I use them. I don't know if Arkansas Living does that or not. I know he does a lot of in-ground stuff, but I can actually go up by my plant and pull the dirt back and pull new potatoes off of them and push the dirt back by it and just get a couple because it's just me. That's another plus to in-ground, but I'm trying to, some stuff I think would do better, in containers. I want to play around with it, but I'm not sure about if I forget to water one day, and everything dries out, it dries out so freaking fast, dude. Man, it's crazy.
Like, I mean, hell, you could pull the dirt back and pull them out of containers just as easy as you can in the ground.
Okay, I didn't know because you couldn't get from the side. I didn't know.
No, I mean,
Well,
wanted to, but like, as far as the watering goes, I mean, as long as if I go into my pot and I go down 2 knuckles deep and I'm not getting dirt sticking in my fingers, I'll give them a good spray.
Okay.
You know what I mean? If I see the leaves wilting like they're needing water, a good spray. But I don't do it in the middle of the daytime. I do it either early in the morning or late. But I've got like massive drain holes in the bottom, so the water just runs through. They get wet, they can soak up the water, but they're not stinking water. You know what I mean?
Okay. Cool.
Yeah, that makes sense. They, we've traditionally, what are you gonna name that one?
Nugget.
Nugget.
Yeah. You talk to the internet? Huh? Talk. Tell them about it. Tell them how you're going to put me some eggs out there. Huh?
Finna jump.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now we have traditionally, when we raise potatoes and stuff like that, we'll have like a row of red potatoes or two, maybe, and we'll dig them up a little bit early and use them for new potatoes, because I mean I like them little small new potatoes.
She don't like.
But
shut up. She's telling you to shut up.
Well,
come on.
Me and my wife were talking about doing some stuff that we saw on the internet, and we haven't tried it before. But there's quite a few folks that they do. It's not a 5-gallon bucket, but they'll take like one of those 30-gallon barrels or whatever and cut the top off of it and cut a door into the side of it, and they'll make it. They'll grow a couple potato plants in that, and they'll have it so they can open that door up and reach in there and pull a few small potatoes out of it or whatever, and then close it back up and keep on growing. And we thought about trying some of that just to see what happened, but we've never done anything like that before. We've always just grown taters in the ground. I've never done any kind of raised beds with potatoes or anything like that.
Yeah. I've always had the tractor, and the disses and the plows, and played around and had to walk behind tillers and stuff. I did the same thing. So I'm actually trying to grow some this year, some herbs. I've never done many herbs and stuff. I'm going to do it in containers. And it seems to be working pretty good, like basil. I love sweet basil. So I'm doing it. But yeah, the row crop, I mean, there's no beating. You just can't plant okra and, peaches and cream corn in containers. I mean, you could, I guess, if you had.
I think I made a video about this. I think you just mentioned peaches and cream corn.
Yeah. Yep.
That stuff is like $20 a pound right now.
Holy shit.
For seed corn.
What?
Yes. It cost me it was like $20 a pound to buy peaches and cream seed corn.
That's crazy, dude.
Yeah. And I mean, it's stuff around here is cheaper than it is everywhere else.
Well,
Yeah, I buy mine at the feed store. We call it Pig Creek. It's a feed, feed and seed and whatever, country store. We buy it out of a tin can. I don't know. I have to check it, dude. I hadn't bought any. They just started planting corn here. Are finishing up. Yep.
Yep.
well, now Bullfrog, I grew some okra last year in my raised bed out there, and it freaking did great, man. I
Okay.
got a bunch of freaking okra out of it.
Good. I think okra needs that.
I did
that
okra.
warm soil
I did
temperature.
okra in 5-gallon buckets. Buckets. It was and it was portable. I mean, over 6 foot tall, but if you just grab salt and the handle on the bucket, you can pick it up and move inside wherever you want it to go.
Okay.
Well, basically, what I did out here, and we've got a little courtyard basically, so it's my building, and then we've got a room built onto the back of the house here. So basically, I've got like a little courtyard out there, and what I did was built a real long, out of yard timbers, a raised bed that, I don't know, it's probably 4 yard timbers high, maybe 5. I think it's 5 yard timbers high actually, and built that like that, and I just wanted to see what would grow in it. You know what I'm saying? Just doing experiments, and I planted some tomatoes and some okra and some zucchini and some squash, and all of them flourished, man. I mean,
right.
And then my jalapeno peppers, I've gotten just man, it's only about this wide, and I think they're 4 foot long, and they just got the stilt legs on them, 2x4 legs on them, and I grew jalapenos in them last year, and dude, I'm telling you, I could go out there at any time and go gather 25 jalapenos just like that, just day out. I mean, man, just constantly, dude. I mean it. So raised beds are not a bad idea, dude. The thing that we were getting at earlier about the shit hits the fan gardening, is row cropping and such, man. If you had to pick up and leave,
right,
saying you're leaving the row cropping for who you're leaving, the reason you're leaving, you know what I mean? You're leaving it there for them.
Yeah.
All the containers, learning how to grow this stuff in these containers, could be quickly loaded onto a trailer and haul ass. You know what I mean? Kind of thing. Was kind of where we were going with things earlier.
I understand that. I mean,
brought into your house or in your basement during the winter or the cold months or SHTF, so people don't steal. Because I plan on growing all year long.
Yeah, that's cool,
lights in my basement.
Right.
I'm outside when the sun's shining, 40s and 50s, to get some good sunlight and bring them in at night. Yeah, the fruit's going to be smaller, but produce all year.
That's awesome,
I want
dude.
to produce all year.
I mean, when it comes down to it, do all you can and experiment. Some stuff, people who garden, I've killed a lot of shit and made a lot of mistakes, and that's the only way you're going to learn. But at the same time, if I raise pigs and I've got chickens at the same time, I can't bring those chickens and pigs in at night in the house to keep people from, stealing them, or whatever. But I think I sent Backwoods got some pictures of mine about what I do, and I raise it. I do a small garden at my house here now, and then I have a big property, but I do like a 20 by 30 garden on the end of my chicken run, and everything that's not taken by me that gets damaged goes back to them. So everything's really efficient here. He's seen my pictures, I think, and stuff.
Yeah, you got a beautiful property, dude. I mean,
but that's my small property, and I do row cropping on my big property. But I mean, there's no way. I do the deep litter method on my chickens. I've got a concrete floor, 8x8 building that I do my chickens in, and I compost it and do like 12-inch pine shavings, and let it compost. And every February, I pull all my leaves from my trees and compost and chicken manure and put on top of mine. And I actually run my meat chickens in my chicken tracker on top of my garden, and it all fertilizes and they scratch it in, eat the weeds, and so on and so forth. But I mean, a lot of circumstances, you do the best you can with what you got. But I mean, I think the container garden has its place, like you said, in the SHTF, but there's no way I could bring everything I have in. So I'm not going to try. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's not fucking possible.
Right.
My thing was to be able to be able to breathe with a container garden, but having, I mean, if you can imagine, say, a family of 3 with some extra left over. But now, if you're germinating a new seed every 3 months for those 2 plants, and basically you're just rotating through plants all year long. So instead of having to have a row of tomatoes, you've got 2 5-gallon buckets with a constant flow of tomatoes that are just turning over. Turning the same way every month. I'm planting new buckets, and I'm flipping 2 buckets, I'm planting 2 buckets on the first of every month. You know, on a 4-month rotation. It goes, you know, for anything else, you know, over anything else, peppers, you know, whatever I want to do. And like even okra, I've never researched it, but if the okra is getting really, really tall, can I just top it and then keep producing on the lower limbs?
I don't think so.
Or would it make a whole topping it?
I don't think you can do that with okra.
No.
Really?
But I watched I trim my okra as I go up. I don't know if Arkansas Living does that. I actually clip my bottom limbs and leaves as I harvest. You know, okra produces up toward the top. Is that right, Arkansas?
Yeah, I mean, that's the whole deal with okra and those same kind of plants as okra, is that they produce as they grow.
Mm-hmm.
They don't. They produce from the top. You know, that just like what Bullfrog said. Yeah, you can't. It's different than a tomato plant or something like that. You know, you can't bush out an okra.
No, it's a single stem. Yep.
Gotcha.
Yeah, it's cool though. Ghost, I watched a lot of your videos when you were in Florida, man. That was amazing how you grew in I think it was your sunroom, how you kept like that kale and lettuce and stuff going for like 3 fucking years. Is that what you did? Something
Dude,
like that?
was on my back porch. That was on my back.
That was badass.
It was on my phone. Yeah. I mean, it was just nonstop, bro. And I want to do the same thing here, but I'm going to have to incorporate that during the winter months. I want to make sure I can grow.
Yeah.
Dude, there's no better feeling than walking outside and grab a tomato off the vine in February.
Right.
You know, not being as hard as an apple.
I'm eager to see how it works out, dude. That's why I'm following you so close. I want to. If you could do it from Florida to North Carolina, I should be able to do it in between. So it's kind of cool. I'm watching you see. That's neat, man.
I'm gonna make it work. I'm just not sure exactly how. I mean, I'm gonna figure it out. You know, I mean, all I gotta do is get sunlight. The basement stays around 64 to 75 year round, and I've got a couple of half windows in the basement.
Yeah,
I'm sunlight through there with the plants. Sunlight bounces all, so they don't get out. They'll be smaller. The fruit won't be as big, but they'll still be producing fruit year round. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So the winter months will be a little bit better, but vegetables.
Yeah, it's even a win-win too, man. If you grow those greens in your basement, and if you pluck off the bottom leaves on something you're growing, you could actually feed it to your rabbits. So it's like a win-win. I know rabbits love soybean leaves. Yeah.
You know, all my dirt's going to be recycled. I mean, I'm gonna have 1 load of dirt. It's going to get rabbit manure in it. I'm not going to have to do any rabbit manure. So I'll just be using it over and over.
Prepper Tunes asked a question: how tall should a tomato plant be when it's producing? Now, tomato plants, you have determinate and indeterminate plants. So basically, a determinate plant is only going to get so tall, and it's going to bush out, and it's going to grow a lot of your fruit you know, I mean, it may only be this, you know, it only may be 3 or 4 foot tall, if that. You know, I had one out here that I grew in a container one year that it never got over about 2.5 foot tall. I mean, it never did. But god dang, man, it had tomatoes just hanging off, and I mean, they were everywhere. You know, I had like 25 tomatoes on one plant at one time.
But
I showed my mom.
if you're doing like,
It was crazy because I showed my mama. I was like, I took some pictures and sent to her, and I was like, look at this freaking tomato plant. You know, it never grew like more than a couple of feet tall, you know, 2.5 foot tall. And it just, I mean, and I showed her, I started counting them, and I was like, there's like 25 tomatoes on this plant. And it was just insane. And an indeterminate, that thing may grow 8 feet tall, you know,
oh
depending.
please, I had one over 20 feet tall.
Yeah.
A single stem, and it was over 20 feet. I had to keep doing the drop and lean. I would lower the line down, and it come out of the bucket, and it lay down. It grew across the ground on my back patio, probably 6, and went back up. I mean,
Yeah, remember, everybody, all them little hairs that you see all over them stems and stuff, them are all roots.
Yep.
If your tomato plant, if you get an indeterminate and it starts growing up and it falls over to the ground, let it go. It'll be fine, because whatever hits the ground is going to start to root, and just when it starts growing back up out of the ground, it's just going to keep producing tomatoes, because now it's getting the nutrients from there as well. You know what I'm saying?
It'll sprout new suckers of it too.
Yeah. So basically your first part of your stem is going to keep growing tomatoes, and if it goes down and hits the ground and goes back up, your second part is going to grow tomatoes, because it's getting nutrients from the ground from there and from the other place. You see what I'm saying? And I seen a guy the other day that I seen a video the other day that this guy had one that was growing up, and it started growing over, and he just started cutting everything off. And I was like, no, don't do that. What are you doing? You know, and he just threw them on the ground. And I was like, man, you know, because he was worried about getting just them certain tomatoes grown. And I was like, man, I'd have folded that joker over and
Mm-hmm.
Well, there's a certain amount of horticultural type stuff that goes along with that.
Yep.
Is that once that trying to keep all as many of your nutrients and stuff like that going to the fruit that you're already producing as possible, that kind of thing. But I've got a question for everybody here and everybody in the chat. And I've also, y'all are talking about these really tall, really big tomato plants and stuff like that. My toddler, when tomatoes start fruiting out, he walks around like that little monster on one of those old cartoons with the eyeballs in his hands. Mm-hmm. He's got tomatoes in both hands, he's but those cherry tomato plants and grape tomato plants,
yep,
man, those things get huge, and they put tomatoes out all over them, and they get super tall, and they get hard to support like that. And sometimes it's actually is easier to let one of them lay over a little bit. And I call it a W plant. It's more of an N-shaped plant, because you let it build up till it gets to a certain point. Once it starts to fall over, you support it going back down to the ground, and then you support it whenever it comes back up again. So you end up with, it ends up being like that type. I can't draw stuff on the internet. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah. But, and it's like a loopy end. I do have a question for y'all. I'm sorry. Somebody's talking.
I was saying that
Go ahead.
if it gets on the ground, a lot of times here, anything that touches the ground of a tomato plant, we get blight because the humidity is so high.
Yeah, well, that happens also. You know, I mean, the blight is a big problem. Also,
Okay.
But no, I guess one of the questions that I wanted to ask y'all, because I wasn't here for the beginning of I can't even talk. I guess because it's 1 o'clock in the morning. I wasn't here for the beginning of y'all's chat, so y'all may have already addressed this. So this might be a redundant question. But what if you are going to try to do container crops just for the stuff that y'all are talking about? What would be the most nutritional value crops to be trying to do container crops with that would be mobile, other than the things that we've already just been talking about?
We talked about this a little bit earlier. It's like, obviously, if you're going to do container crops, if it's it's a fan situation garden, you want to do the most nutritional foods that you can possibly get bang for your buck, like your lettuces, your greens, like collards and kale and spinach and lettuces and things like that. They're awesome. They're very nutritious. But your lettuces, butter crunch and your summer lettuces and stuff like that, you can actually just grow them inside on your windowsill.
Right.
Only 30 days to eat. So those are super, like your collards and your kales and your spinach. Those are very nutritious. Those are easily maneuverable in a 5-gallon bucket, like quick and easy. I'm gonna do the tomatoes. You know, I've got the potatoes going. I'm gonna do carrots simply because my dog loves a carrot every single day. Plus, it's good for his teeth. That's his teeth and juicy carrots. But you know, I mean, pretty much anything that I can grow in a 5-gallon bucket that I can maneuver throughout its maturity, I'm gonna give it a shot, including okra. I've done it with this. But you know, as far as an SHTF garden, the greens are going to be super, super important. I'm going to want the tomato. I'm going to want the potatoes. I'm going to want this.
Ain't it called ain't it called scurvy or something like that when you don't get your
that's a vitamin C deficiency.
Vitamin C.
Right. Well, it's from like eating a lot of meat but not getting very many greens and stuff like that. You know, back in the old days, you know, when they were having problems growing a garden because of dryness or whatever. You know, they would just eat a lot of meat and they were not getting the nutritional value off of your greens and stuff. And so, you know, that is something
it happened on ships a lot.
Yep.
So I think actually Pinball said, and I looked it up, and it's true. The yellow bell pepper actually has more vitamin C than a orange. So I'm trying to grow. This is my first time growing yellow bell peppers. I'm growing yellow bell peppers this year for that reason, because of what he said. I mean, and you know, like you said, just all about nutrition. I'm trying new things too. So, and I'm going to do a lot of my herbs, like I said, and greens and stuff in containers, because if Ghost can do it in NC, I can do it in SC. You know what I'm saying? So I'm watching close. It's cool, man. Y'all keep doing what you're doing. It's awesome.
There's one video on YouTube I saw maybe a year and a half ago. There was this guy in a high tunnel greenhouse, and he had cattle set up, and he was growing all kinds of stuff on the cattle panel, but he had a big indeterminate thing, and this thing grew up, and it was going on top of the cattle panel all the way to the other end of the greenhouse, and there was tomatoes hanging down like an apple tree. Like there and just pull tomatoes off the top of the cattle. This thing was like 30-40 feet long. Indeterminate tomato. It was massive.
Crazy, man. I wonder if some people in the chat know. Go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, obviously, you know, you're going to have to do an indeterminate plant for that tomato plant.
Yep.
Always do it in life. Just spread out my tomatoes. I like indeterminates.
I think, do people know, I think determinants are usually better for, people use determinate plants, tomato plants for, like preserving. So the fruit comes on at one time. Is that right? I think I know that, but I was going to tell the chat.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's usually when we get a bit like in sauces and stuff like that.
Yep. Right. Like aromas and stuff.
Well, like your celebrities and your Bradleys and different ones like that. That's the ones that y'all are talking about. They make like one big crop.
Yep.
And then you got a lot of heirlooms and stuff. Whenever you start talking about Arkansas Travelers and Cherokee Purples,
That's what I got.
And different ones like that. They put out all season.
Indeterminate. Yep.
Yeah, and continually until it gets too cold for them. But but there's 2 or 3 different ways to look at it, because there's some of the determinate ones that put out all at the same time, that are also very tart. You know, they make for very good canning stuff, you know, for salsas and spaghetti sauces and stuff like that. But there's also some, you know, like I love the Arkansas Travelers, and because they're very tart, they're very acidic, they taste very similar to a Bradley. They're a smaller tomato, but they put out all season instead of just putting out all at one time, and then you either pull the plants up, or you might end up with a second crop off of them, but it'll be a very minuscule crop.
I can't find them. I want to try the Arkansas Travelers, because I heard they were, you know, humidity and heat tolerant and disease resistant, you know, heirlooms, but we can't find them here in South Carolina, and I don't understand why, because that same thing would do good here, probably. I'm about to get up with y'all, and y'all can send me one. I'll pay you for it. I want to try it out.
I think I got a bag of seeds, but
really,
yeah, it's a little late to start. I probably got half a coffee can of seeds of them, though.
All right.
I got beefsteak, a Cherokee Purple, and Big Zack growing right now. I want to see a 4-pound take them off that Big Zack. Those things are. Have you seen one of those?
Yeah, I like the beef sticks for like for sandwich tomatoes. They make
slices.
Yes.
I'm talking about the big.
They make
the Big Zack. The Big Zack. It's like a 5-pound the size of a damn cantaloupe. It's massive. It's called a Big Zack.
Holy moly! No, I ain't never seen one of them before.
Dude, Google it. It's called a Big Zack. That's it, bro. They're like 4.5, 5-pound tomatoes. It's the world record tomato. They're huge. They're massive. They're the size of a plate when you slice it.
Yeah, determinate plants, you know, they're tomatoes, they're going to all sprout out, you know, and you're going to get a ton of tomatoes all at once, you know, and if you're doing canning, you know, that's going to be your better bet for that type of thing. And then your indeterminate, you know, is going to be something that is going to be a more long-term, you know, type deal.
All right, who wants to answer this for Prepper Tunes?
I can't answer that one because I don't eat bell peppers and I have no idea.
It's my understanding of as far as the peppers go, I think, and I'm going to be completely wrong in this probably, and somebody in the chat's going to call me a retard, but the different colors of peppers, they all start green, right? I mean,
yep.
You don't grow yellow bell peppers.
Yep.
They don't start yellow.
Yep.
As the color changes, and the same thing with jalapeno peppers. The difference is that the different sugars and stuff that happens, that everything that's breaking down in the pepper as it's doing its stuff when it's trying to feed its seeds, because that's pretty much the whole point, is that it's trying to get stuff set up so that whenever that pepper drops off of there, that it's going to be ready to produce more peppers, right? I mean, it produce more pepper plants. So I mean, the way that the sugar structure breaks down, when the color changes, it is that's what's happening. It's actually different sugars that are being broken down differently. So, and that's why, I mean, you can eat like a red jalapeno pepper. You can eat just the outer part of it, the red part, and it won't have any kind of hotness at all, because all that stuff has already been used up the way that it's supposed to be. And I don't know if that makes any sense or not, but I mean, that's kind of the same thing that goes on with the bell peppers and with the banana peppers and the cayenne peppers and just about anything in the pepper family. They
I think it actually goes for all vegetables. I think purple is actually the if you looked at a color for health reasons, purple is actually the best healthy plant there is. Anthocyanins or something. I'm probably saying it wrong, but it actually transforms into something that is actually more health beneficial to anybody. Like he's saying, it's just a transformation of sugars and changing, of the plant. But you have to do more research on it. Don't take my word for it. But I've watched a lot of Doug and Stacy. I followed them for 10 fucking years probably. And she's big on anthocyanins, I think. It's like a lot of purple plants, so like your tomato, anything purple. It has the skin. I guess the skin carries it. I'm not sure. Y'all have to look it up.
You're talking about the nightshade family, probably.
Yeah. And it's all that changes when it grows. But I'm trying the yellows, the oranges. They call them the lunchbox here, the orange. And the reds and the greens. I love bell peppers. I put bell peppers in everything. Fresh, cooked, whatever. I do them in everything. So that's my go-to pepper is the bell.
But Gardner Josh said something right now just really cool. And talking about the cold weather makes plants start turning sugars into carbs to feed the seeds. That's kind of what I was trying to say.
Okay.
He said it a lot better than I did, but it kind of, to me, it kind of equates into the same kind of thing like whenever you grow turnips and turnip greens and stuff like that in the fall, and they don't really, the turnip greens don't taste the same until they get a frost on them.
Get kissed by the frost. Yep.
And same thing with collard greens, and that kind of deal.
Plus, my tomatoes I grew in Florida in the wintertime tasted way better than tomatoes in the summertime because they got shocked. And when you shock them, they produce sugars. Like the tomatoes that I grew in the wintertime, they were about half the size of summertime tomatoes from the same plant, mind you, but their flavor was through the roof. It was the best tasting tomato I ever had in my life. And I think it was the plants were getting shocked by the cold weather and all these sugars are being produced. They were just awesome. Best tomato I ever had.
It's cool, man. It's like I guess it concentrates it more, like pulls it together and concentrates it more. Yeah, that's cool.
They were smaller, but they were so much better. It was the best tomatoes I ever had.
Yeah, we planted turnips and stuff here, playing around for deer. I don't know if Arkansas or Backwoods, and if y'all have done that before, I've planted turnips here, and the deer won't touch them until the frost kissed them. They won't, get that. They say they gets the bitter out of them. We played around planting that stuff here for wildlife habitat, but pretty neat.
Those white, what are they called? We call them icicle radishes, but they're called something else. They're a white radish. You can eat the greens on them like you can a turnip.
Right.
they grow a long radish on them, almost like a kind of like a big black carrot almost, and the deer will eat them, and they'll eat the greens off of them, and we will too. Before they'll eat the turnips, they won't eat the turnips until the turnips get a good frost on them like that.
Yep.
But I got a quick question. I may have to get off here for a minute, but Backwoods is Prepper Tunes. Is Prepper Tunes the same dude as Prepper Nerd?
I don't.
People.
I have no idea.
I ain't seen Prepper Nerd in a while.
I think
He was in here earlier.
I think Prepper Tunes is Prepper Nerd's new channel.
Well, Nerd earlier, but so was Tunes.
I don't know, man. Seemed like I remember hearing somebody saying they were going to do a Prepper Tune type channel, and I can't remember.
I thought it was Prepper Nerd.
Ark, yes, he says.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
Cool.
Cool.
Prepper Nerd's got the cool icon thing with the bucket and the glasses. I love it. I love that icon, man. That's cool as hell.
Prepper Nerd is like he's probably one of the smartest preppers on YouTube, to be honest.
Yep.
Right.
I'd like to say it's probably between him and Prepper Now. Prepper Now. He just, he'll probably listen to this later. He just gets a bunch of stuff and talks about the news. But he's a super smart dude though.
By the way, tomorrow night we're going to do a live stream on my channel, and the topic is actually going to be about bugging out or bugging in, and what to look for, the reasons you will bug out or bug in, the reason to freaking chicken feathers on me and stuff. Why you would bug in, why you would bug out, the reasons why, the difference in bug out bags and get home bags, because I think that each bag is different. A bug out bag is something you're going to basically you're going out to live from, versus a get home bag where you're trying to just get home. So yeah, we're gonna do some. That's what we're gonna talk about tomorrow night. By the way, just so everybody knows, we're gonna talk about a get home bag or a bug out bag, and bugging in versus bugging out. And why you should or shouldn't, and so forth. So Arkansas has real knives. Yeah, Arkansas ain't got real knives. Them old cheap things he showed today.
That's just some stuff I had in the truck. I don't even know what.
He's got that Dave Canterbury $1 knife. I know he's got it.
Why y'all making it weird about knives and stuff? I thought
because
I'm a knife dude. I love a knife.
Because trusting God brought it up.
Trusting God needs to go to bed, man.
Go to bed, trust. Go to bed.
Y'all don't tell trusting God what to do. Y'all just leave him alone now. Trusting God's one of my brothers, and y'all are my brothers too. And you know, we can just have a little brotherly fight here. That's fine with me. Y'all don't pick on trusted God.
If you're going to be jealous of Texas, that's fine. Be jealous.
I didn't say nothing about no state or anything like that. I'm talking about an individual person that I will not allow y'all to be picking on trusting
Hey,
God.
wait. Hold on just a minute. Look, right there on your shoulder. You got something crawling on you.
I don't care. I'm just not going to let y'all. I ain't going to let y'all pick on trusting God. Y'all can forget it. He can troll y'all all he wants to, but y'all are not allowed to troll him back.
Whatever.
Whatever.
I troll him like every day. He does the noon thing every day. I troll him.
He trolls me too.
I got you, brother. Trusting God, man. I got you back, brother. I ain't gonna let these punks pick on you, man.
Whatever. He likes it when we pick on him.
That's right. You better turn your camera off, Bullfrog. You too, Arkansas living.
He's sitting there eating M&Ms and laughing at us right now. I guarantee you.
I know.
Hey, I'm gonna jump off of here. I got to work tomorrow. But it's great talking to y'all.
Dude,
yeah.
You're such a liar. You're gonna go right over there to Dangerous Freedom and hang out with them. And
that's where all the cool people's at. I mean, I'm sorry. Now, y'all had a great chat tonight, man. It was awesome. I hope y'all keep it up. Keep doing it. I can't watch on Saturday night. You know why? Backwoods, but I'll catch y'all every Friday night. I promise that.
It's all good.
Be good, fellas. Love y'all.
See you, brother. Thank you.
Take care.
Love you too, brother.
Later, man.
So did you set your tent up yet, Arkansas? Or are you just going to sleep in the truck? Don't lie.
Well, do you want me to be honest?
No.
Well, I shouldn't have asked. I wish I could get rid of this stuff in my chest. I'll tell you, be honest about that.
You want me to tell you what to do?
Oh, I'm dying.
You want me to tell you what to do?
You tell me what to do.
Go get you a little half pint of whiskey and go get you some honey and some sweet tea and get it all mixed up into one little cup.
I don't need that.
Real stout. Listen to me, real stout, and put it in the microwave, and it'll run everything out of you, out of your chest, out of your stomach. Just saying. I made my wife drink one of them one night, man. She kept on coughing and hacking and carrying on around the house and all that, and I mixed up one of them hot toddies, and but she got about 3/4 of it drank down, and she was like, "Ooh, this is stout." I was like, "Just keep drinking." About a few minutes, boy, she was like, "I need to go to bed." I had to help her in there because she don't drink. I had to help her to the bed, man. She got in there, boy. She passed out. She felt better the next day, though. Yeah, hot toddies, man, they work.
Oh yeah,
I'm telling you, it's old school remedy.
Definitely, it's good stuff. My grandmother used to do it with some whiskey, a little bit of honey.
Mm-hmm.
I think that was it, whiskey and honey.
Yeah, it works.
Oh yeah.
When you get sick, you're having them old sickness and everything going on. I make a badass damn chicken noodle soup it'll run everything out of you too. It's got a lot of cayenne pepper in it and garlic. and it'll run everything out of you, but you'll feel better than the next day.
Oh yeah.
Gardner Josh is he said smoke another one.
Yeah. Your roots, whiskey, honey, and lemon. That's
Gardner.
what it was.
Gardner Josh is like one of my top 5 favorite dudes that gives me crap all the time. I'm very well aware of a hot toddy and several different ways to make a hot toddy. I personally don't. I can't. I can't have the hot toddy that I used to have all the time.
No.
Because I mean, just being honest, I can't do whiskey anymore. I just can't. I mean, that's one of my personal deals. But
Nothing wrong with that.
we used to do a little bit of bourbon, about a shot worth probably, and a little bit of honey, a little bit of lemon juice, and some what was it? My grandma used to put something else in there with it too. Oh, crushed up plantain leaves.
My grandmother used to take a big old do whiskey, honey, and lemon, and we're talking. I was like, 8, 9, 10 years old, so a tablespoon more than enough.
Yeah, it didn't take a whole lot, especially when it got boiled down. It didn't take a whole lot,
Yeah.
but yeah, I just yeah.
I trust us to get some NyQuil and warm it up.
I can't do NyQuil, man. Does NyQuil not make y'all? NyQuil like gives me bad dreams and stuff. Like a lot of people say that NyQuil knocks them out. NyQuil
Not me.
Up. NyQuil makes me all messed up.
It gets my legs all jumping around the bed. I get like the ants on my skin with NyQuil. I don't mess with that shit.
Yeah, I can't do the NyQuil stuff.
Now the Dayquil, I take it before. It seems to do all right. It don't mess with me too bad, but yeah, the NyQuil.
I actually do better. Like if I'm going to bed, I actually do better taking the Dayquil than I do the NyQuil. I don't know. Maybe that's just a weird thing with me, but.
Well, you're kind of weird, so that makes sense.
Yeah, whatever. You got a funny smelling beard.
What the hell?
What?
What did he do to you?
I have a beard.
He invited me on his channel, and my beard is small, and he makes me feel inferior.
Well, hell, my beard is small. Dude, like it'll grow about this long, and that's it. But it gets all crazy and looks like Medusa beard. So I've been living 52 years, and I'm just fine, bro. I mean, if I can't grow a big long beard, so I can't grow a long beard.
Well, hold on a minute, Backwoods. Now I thought that you've been trying to grow a beard for 52 years. I didn't realize that you actually trimmed it.
No, I trim mine.
I thought it was just naturally short.
I trim my beard once a week, like keep it trimmed up. Because dude, I'm serious. It looks like Medusa beard. Like it goes all out here to the side. I'll be messing around looking like North Shore with his old crazy beard, looking all Medusa and stuff.
His
I'll,
neck beard.
if I couldn't grow a beard no better than what North Shore does, I'd just shave it off.
You make fun of his neck beard. He calls it his neck beard because
I know. I know. In case he's watching or rewatches this North Shore, I'm just giving you a hard time. I know you Canadians, y'all get sensitive and stuff.
Well, y'all folks in North Arkansas get all sensitive about stuff too. I never have understood that.
But no, I don't know. It's been raining here, so I didn't even have to water my plants today. I love it. And hopefully, I don't know, is it supposed to rain here? I ain't even looked at the weather. I just was watching the clouds earlier, and that's one of the things about experience when you get older and you pay attention to stuff over the years. I knew it was going to rain, so I didn't have to worry about watering my plants this evening. And boy, it's been raining. It's
yeah,
still
we got a good little
sprinkling.
bit today. Had a nice little shower today.
What's going on with Hoot Owl?
I don't know.
Mm.
She just said she asked Arkansas or asked Native to pray for her, and he did, and that was awesome. And that's why I was just saying, you know,
I'm trying to go back through it now. I wish I had some better lighting. That's the only reason I don't have my camera turned on is because I'm in my truck in the dark.
Who did I just say we're sick for the last couple of days? Is all.
Okay. Yeah, that's why I said, I'm not saying put it out there or anything. I'm just saying, just want to make sure it's okay. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I'll be praying. It's no big deal. I love to pray for people. I do every day. I pray for people, and a lot of times I don't name names unless somebody just particularly, says they're feeling bad or whatever. But I pray for all the people that come up on here, and just kind of do a blanket prayer. You know what I'm saying? And when I do my prayers of a morning and sometimes of an evening before I go to sleep, and I'll be laying there watching some old westerns or something, laid up there about to go to sleep, and I'll just kind of say a quick prayer and just ask God to watch over all the people that we hang out with,
No, it's I mean, I try to play. I try to play both. I guess I try to pray 3 or 4 times a day, and I pray for a lot of the same people that y'all are seeing in y'all's chat right now. I see in mine also.
Right.
And I've been getting a lot of emails lately about different things and people asking me to pray for them, and I mean I don't really know why. I guess maybe I'd like to see folks praying for themselves. I don't necessarily think me praying for them, without having them involved with it. I don't know. I don't know if it's.
No, I don't. I believe that praying for people does work, and I think it's more of a unselfishness, that, you know, you can pray for yourself, obviously, you should, but I think that when other people pray for you as well, I think it's a kind of an unselfish kind of act that, you know, I think God really listens to. That's just my opinion.
Well, I think he does too, especially when there's a handful of us doing it. I don't disagree with that at all. I just I guess what I was trying to say is that it's kind of an uncanny. It's just kind of weird for people to be, you know, when people leave comments, you know, I mean, like right now, Ghost is getting comments on right now, asking for prayers and stuff, and it's just kind of weird to me to be doing the same thing. I'm like to have somebody ask somebody like me to pray for them when 90% of the time they are probably better people and probably have a better understanding of prayer than I do, to be asking me to pray for them when I've never met them before on the internet.
Well, okay, well, all right, look, I know this is out of respect for Ghost Prepper. I'm just going to say it like this. All right. It's not all about religion and all about this. All right. It's just straight up about a personal relationship. The thing about it is Jesus Christ didn't come here to heal the healthy. He come here to heal the sick. And he used a lot of sick people. The 12 disciples, was they all healthy and perfect? Huh?
Well,
Arkansas?
no, what none.
Okay.
No,
All right. So he used them. He used them in a certain way, and it was a lesson for us to learn. Okay. So the thing about it is like, say for instance, Susanna. Susanna's not been feeling well for a pretty good while now. She's trying to feel better and get out there and everything and get some sunlight and stuff like that. I actually specifically say her name every day in my prayers, you know, because she is someone that has reached out and said she wasn't feeling well, you know. So I know Ghost gets uncomfortable when we start talking about this stuff because he really wants to kind of keep everything to prepping. And
well, I didn't mean to bring it up.
no, I brought it up. No, it's all
Are you
good.
fine?
Yeah, I'm not saying like he's gonna, like, you know, do some weird crazy thing and be like, all right, y'all shut up or anything, but he's cool with it. It's just he he and I, when we talked about this, you know, and that's why that video I made the other day, I don't make a lot of videos talking about religion or whatever, and I don't make a lot of videos basically talking about politics. And the reason why, there's a lot of good channels out there that do this thing, that, you know, a lot of good prayer channels, a lot of, you know, godly channels, a lot of good politic channels, you know, you can go and watch. And I don't, you know, Ghost don't mind. We've talked about this. You know, if it goes off into this conversation a little bit, we're going to talk about it. It's cool. Um, the thing about it is that, you know, each and every one of us have a certain thing that, you know, and some of us have more things than one. I know I do. That we sometimes we feel like we're not worthy, or you know, who am I to be praying for this person? Well, you know, God hears the prayers regardless. It's not about you, Arkansas. It's not about me. It's about us sharing our care, you know, that we care for another is what Jesus Christ taught us, and that you know, we love thy neighbor, we love the other person, you know, we care about each other, you know, and that we show that love and that caring, you know what I mean? And that we, you know, yeah, I may not, you know, because we're all sinners, right? So, you know, yeah. So it's one of them deals, Arkansas, where, you know, if somebody asks you to pray for them, dude, I would do the same thing as what Hoot Owl was talking about. Um, if she called me and asked me to pray for her, I would pull over on the side of the road and pray right then, bam. I mean, you know, there's a lot of times, Arkansas, honestly, I'll look through my comments on something, you know, on a video, and someone's saying, "Man, thank you so much. I really needed that words of wisdom or inspiration today because I feel bad," you know. And you know what I do? About 99.999% of the time, like a Berkey filter, is I say a little prayer right then in my head and pray for that person.
Well,
You know, that's why. Go ahead.
now I was just going to say, I mean, I agree with everything that you just said, and and I do pray for a lot of the people, you know, that ask me to, you know, I mean, Hoot Owl and Valerie and everybody else that asked me to. I mean, I do it, but I just feel like it's not necessarily thinking that that I just feel I feel kind of awkward when I get a whole bunch of people asking me to pray for them when I feel like I'm one of the least worthy people to be praying for them.
What you do unto the least of these, you do unto me. It's what the Bible says.
Touche. Yeah, I hear
Just
you.
saying. I'm just saying, brother. So Ghost is like,
Yeah.
where do I come into this conversation at? How do I do this?
It's sorry for making it weird.
It's all good, man. You know, this is the whole thing. And I know this is one thing because, you know, Ghost and I also we talk a lot behind the scenes, and this is one thing I know about Ghost is that he's all about helping people. This is what he wants to do. This is why he created his channel, because he wants to show people, you know, and hopefully somebody learns something, you know, and that we help one another. And this is what this community is supposed to be about. So if we need to talk about religion a little bit, which it ain't about religion, but if we need to talk about these things a little bit, we can talk about them just a little bit. You know, it's okay. I mean, it's this is what we're supposed to be. This is what it's supposed to be about, man. We're helping each other, and sometimes it has to be about religion. Sometimes it has to be about politics, and then sometimes it's just simply, what are you doing planting that damn tomato that way, man? You know, plant it this way, you know, and you know, that's 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 what we do. You know what I mean? We help each other. However, we got to help each other.
Well, yeah, I mean, I guess, you know, I mean, I've got my problems. I've got a lot of them, but I do also have a strong. You call it religious, call it whatever you want. I mean, I've got a
Conviction.
I've got a strong Bible believing conviction, and I don't want to push that on anybody else. but it's at the same time, sometimes it's hard for me to keep my mouth shut.
Right.
So take that for what it is, you know.
So how about having the same strong conviction when somebody asks you to pray for them, to go ahead and pray for them? How about having that strong conviction?
Well, I do.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I do. I just question my authority in that realm of why, you know. I guess it's kind of the whole stuff that we were just talking about. But let's change the subject and get back to something that Ghost wants to talk about.
What does Ghost want to talk about?
I'm fine just listening. Don't matter to me.
Ghost wants to talk about how, see, there's this thing, man, that we all, that a lot of people are looking at, that think that JFK is still alive. The Ghost is like, shit, here's a rabbit hole thing.
Well, I watched his fucking head explode on camera. I think Junior might be alive.
Well, Junior is what I meant. JFK Jr.
Yeah.
I do that. I kind of mentioned, I actually originally was going to, when we started out the show tonight, Ghost, I originally was going to go, okay, guys, I want to bring up something that I think everybody we need to talk about, and that's that we've got a rocket that's going to fall on top of us, coming from the same place where the Wiggle came from. You know what I mean? Yeah. The coup, yeah. And then you know, huh? Yeah.
No, when it's going to land. Everything else falls out of the sky. We can tell you what street it's going to hit. Everything. Like a rock that came from the end of the universe, we can tell you what neighborhood it's going to fall in at what time. But now, sometime tomorrow, there's a rocket from China, and we really just don't know where it's going to hit. I'm going to call bullshit on that one.
And by the way, you know where their prediction of the most likely place it's going to hit, you know where that's at?
No clue.
New York.
Fucking makes sense.
Yeah. Imagine that one, everybody.
Out of all the places a rocket from space that was launched from China could hit, it's just going to happen to hit New York. Like the state or the city?
I don't know. They just said New York. That's all I know.
I heard it could have been anywhere on the East Coast from the North Pole to the South Pole, you know, like straight down.
Yeah, I mean, what's up with that? You know, and if you think about it for a minute, this last commander-in-chief, he bucked up against that certain country that you mentioned, China, and what happened? Bam, coup world. Then India turned around not too long ago, bucked up against and told that certain country that they'd best stay in their lane, and all of a sudden they've got a coup world going on really bad.
Oh God! Not
and
the
then
rockets.
And then all of a sudden we've got a rocket that's going to fall out of the sky from the same said country. Just saying. How many times is mathematically does the equation add up before it becomes mathematically impossible for it to be, you know, a coincidence? Just saying.
I don't believe in coincidence.
I don't either. Exactly, home. Exactly.
So when's this thing supposed to hit? Tomorrow sometime? Today sometime?
Yeah, somewhere. Yeah, they said the 8th. Somewhere around the 8th. Sometime. Just whenever. Yeah.
Yeah.
What are
They can predict everything else. Land a spaceship on a floating raft in the ocean and can't predict where this satellite's gonna fall with all the radars and shit we got.
So is it a rocket? Is it a satellite? Is it a space station? I mean, what is it?
I don't know. There's no telling. All we know is what they tell us. They don't tell us shit, so there's no clue. It could be a damn comet coming in or something. Could be like a massive tidal wave or some of that Greenland end of the world shit for all we know.
well, I looked up some of the sources that the Angry Prepper had listed earlier.
Mm-hmm.
It's like 21 tons, I think.
Ooh, Jesus.
It's 21 tons. It's like I don't know, one of those things that get jettisoned off of the side of the space shuttle, pretty much. It's pretty big, and
42,000 pounds. Yeah.
the well, what they're saying is that the stuff that it's made out of is probably not going to burn up in the atmosphere. They don't know where it's going to land, according to them. There was 3 or 4 different scientists that all had different trajectories for it. One of them was like what you were talking about, where it was going to be somewhere on the east coast of somewhere on the east coast of North America. You know, everybody else is kind of off into whatever, and I mean, my whole deal is you know, I mean, it wasn't like 75 or 70% of the Earth is ocean. There's a pretty damn good chance that it's probably going to land in the ocean. There's the
3 out of 4 chance.
The fact that there's nobody else concerned about it except for like 2 or 3 scientists almost makes me more concerned about it than if there was a whole bunch of people spewing stuff all over the news, you know.
Well, see, that's the point. You know, look at what a rock, asteroid, whatever you want to call it, that weighs a couple of 1,000 pounds. I mean, it can do some pretty good damage. You know what I mean? And you're talking about how much? 21 tons, did you say?
42,000 pounds.
If it doesn't break up like they say they think it's going to, because see, that's what bothers me is all the, well, we think it's going to do this, well, we think it's going to do that, but we're not sure. That's what really concerns me, man, is because, you know, of how, you know, how everything is, well, we think, you know, because we see what happens when we think about the coup, you know, well, we think you should do this, well, we think you should do that. Yeah, we see how all that turned out. I don't think we get, it's really a shame, really, how dishonest everything really is today. You know what I mean?
Well, here's a perfect example of it. And Prepper Tunes has got it right here. It's like an inert rocket the size of a small tractor. Okay. All right, so we got a 40,000 pound tractor falling to Earth, which means it's about what, less than 1/4 the size of the space shuttle that burned up on the way to Earth. And it littered Texas and a few other states with small pieces.
Right.
It really wasn't a big deal as far as damage to the planet, but now there's this alert for the east coast of the U.S., somewhere from New York to Florida, that this thing's gonna like tear shit up. But the space shuttle basically burned up, and it was like 5 times the size of this thing, supposedly, if it's the size of a small tractor. I think maybe it's a little bit bigger than that if it's 42,000 pounds or 21 tons. That's a really big tractor.
Well, yeah. Well, my point of it is even if it breaks up, I mean, look at how hail damage can, look at I mean, just little, small size hail damage can do to roofs and stuff like that. I mean, and I don't know. I was I was digging through the YouTube the other day, just kind of going through and just seeing what was popping up. And they had a hailstone that fell out of the sky the other day. That son of a gun was like that big around, dude. It was huge, man. And I was thinking, damn, if that hit somebody, man, that'd kill you. You know what I mean? I mean, if this stuff is just going to litter, if it breaks apart and it litters out, I mean, is there going to be people hit by this thing? Is there going to be people? Why is it falling? Why? I mean, did it not go up into the space where there's no gravity type thing? Or, I mean, how is it that it's falling out of did it get too close to the atmosphere and got sucked in? I mean, what's the deal on it?
It might be one of those. It might be one of those flat Earth rockets. It's doing the whole flat thing, not the round thing.
Ghost.
Just saying. The flat Earth rockets, they work different than the round Earth rockets because they kind of
right. But I mean, being serious, man. I mean, why is it falling out and it's just gonna so happen to hit the East Coast? I mean, that's I don't know, man. I mean, I don't believe in coincidences like that, man.
It's just the East Coast. That's a strip that covers New York, Philly, Washington D.C., Miami.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
I don't know. I know that everybody here has followed Prepping 101 quite a bit. Y'all remember when he was doing the stuff with the airplanes and everything?
Yep.
There's a website. I don't know if I can pull it up or not. There's a website that actually shows, the satellite matrix. I call it a matrix. It may not be what they call it, but I mean, like, there's overlapping satellite travels. It's just like airplanes. I mean, you have to have. I mean, if you're going this direction and you're coming from here and you're on this azimuth or whatever, you're flying at this elevation so that you don't run into the airplanes that are going the other way from the other direction. And they do the same thing with the satellites. And there's actually some stuff that you can get on the internet and look at what the satellite trajectories are and what they're, this one's going at this elevation in this direction and all that kind of stuff. I mean, it's a whole bunch of them up there. There's a bunch of them that crisscross over our country all the time that are from a lot of they crisscross over us all the time that are from other countries that are very capable of putting up something like a, you know, dare I say it ever, um, a nuclear burst type weapon that would do something similar to what a lot of our dystopian fiction novels and stuff like that talk about. And there's several of those countries that are capable of that that have satellites that are already crisscrossing over our country that we don't know what's on them. So I mean, if it could turn into all kinds of different stuff. I mean, how do we know what's propaganda and what's not anymore?
We don't.
We don't. That's the problem. I don't know, man. I don't really feel good about this whole thing, man. You know, it's it just seems like too much. It just seems too much like some BS to me. You know what I mean? You know, it don't pass the smell test, as they say. You know, it just so happens that, you know, I mean, look at DC. What did they do to DC here lately? They got the fencing around all, you know, and there's still National Guard there. Why? You know, we've been asking this question why for a while now. Why did they do all that? You know, and they tried to say it was because of us, patriots and such. Yeah.
No, it could turn into whatever. I mean, no matter what happens, I feel sorry for all of us, to be honest.
Miguel says it best right there. We've been lied to from birth. Only difference is we are grown and awake. And that's right, Miguel. You're absolutely correct.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe Ghost has got something to say about this. I don't think that anything that's I don't think that anything that's happening right now is not pre-planned. That hasn't been planned for a long time.
Agreed.
I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know what else to say about it. You know, it's all I can say is prep, prep, prep. Keep prepping every day. Learn something new. Go out there and try to grow plants, vegetables. If they don't grow, figure out what you did wrong now while you still got the time to do it. This is the whole point of why Ghost and I are doing this, you know, because we want to get everybody talking about this stuff and get everybody joining in and giving their ideas so that we can all be sharing these ideas and getting this information out there so that we all start to learn and all start to figure it out. You know, I'm not a perfect gardener. I mean, I make mistakes. You know, I'm not a professional gardener. I make mistakes like anybody else. You know, I have plants that die. just like anybody else. You know, I've seen a lot of people lately. Honestly, I've got a lot of the 25-year shelf life food. You know, the freeze dried stuff, as they call it. And people, you know, people are saying, oh, now they're saying don't stock very much of that, stock this, you know. And I mean, what do? You know, there's so much information out there. All we can do is all come together and keep sharing this information and doing the best that we can. You know, none of us are perfect, you know. So as we're sharing this, hey, Homestead Oss, what's going on? And I seen where I'm pretty sure that was y'all that called earlier. Homestead, I apologize, I didn't catch y'all's phone call. I went and helped someone else work today and made a little extra money. And by the time I got home, I had my own stuff to do at home. So I apologize for that, Homestead. So if y'all will, I will try to return your call tomorrow sometime if y'all want to, or y'all can call me again when it's convenient for y'all, because I know the time, it's like daytime there when it's not here and stuff like that. So I do want to apologize to you about that, Homestead Oss. But yeah, see, that's what we all just need to keep learning and keep doing this and keep studying and keep working harder and harder, you know, because I want to survive. You know, if I don't, thank you, Homestead Oss. I appreciate that, man. Like I said, today was kind of a messed up day. Yeah, I just man, I don't know, guys. What do you think, Ghost? I mean, that's why we're doing this, man, is to get the information out there, to exchange information with each other.
Oh yeah. Just about sharing, talking about what we do and helping other people, you know.
It's like a couple of girls I dated before, Sharon and Karen, huh?
Yeah. Both of them. Sharon and Karen.
Well, I mean, honestly though, you know, that's what we got to keep doing, you know, guys, everybody. I mean, keep learning something every day, man. Work towards water catchment systems. You know, even if they don't allow them in your state, screw it. I mean, I don't know, you know, at some point, I mean, hell, you've got to, I don't know. All I know is each day that passes by is one day shorter. You know what I'm saying? And no doom and gloom here. It's all about learning, you know. So we just got to keep on keeping on.
Yep. Yep.
Has anybody told you today, Arkansas, that you're pretty?
No.
He's gonna say no.
Not a chance.
Well, maybe I needed that just a little bit, and you just took it away from me.
Well, I'm telling you, Arkansas, you're a pretty fella.
Oh, pretty. Well, you're getting there. The beard's coming back. Check back in.
Yeah,
I think I'm about ready to go to bed. It's been about 5
me too.
hours.
Me too.
I'm getting kind of tired.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to bed here in about an hour.
Yeah,
I'm go to bed in about 3 minutes.
I'm fixing to go to bed too here in a minute. Stop pointing at me. What's up? Phone?
When this is over, yeah. No, I'm saying, call me. Here, let me give you the sign. Let me give you the international sign language
Okay.
when this is over.
Why? Why do I
Because,
have to keep talking to you?
because I said, don't make me drive down there.
Don't. You ain't driving down here. You can't even drive right now.
I can wake my wife up, and then she'll really be pissed, and she'll kick your ass when we get there. How about that?
My phone's not charging up.
I don't get. Stop making excuses. Your internet works, so I'll
I'm
start
not
a.
making excuses. I'm using the phone.
Well, I'll
Just,
start a
I'll
stream.
call you in a minute.
All right. See how you got to do him, Ghost?
All right, I'm gonna let y'all go so y'all can call each other and work this shit out.
He's still one of them hard-headed youngins.
You done
But
hurt
I'm
his
like,
feelings.
I don't care.
He's upset. Look, he's upset.
Well, he can pull them bootstraps up and
I
stop
don't
wearing his feelings on his sleeve. How
Hurt
about
his
that?
feelings. You done hurt his feelings. You know he's sensitive.
I know. Well, that's what.
Look at that sensitive face. Look at that delicate creature right there, and you just hurt his feelings.
Susanna, I'm still going to pray for you every day. You get feeling better, damn it. You get out there and keep getting that sunlight the best you can. I understand.
All right, boys and girls, I want
What's
to
wrong
thank
with
y'all for hanging out with us for 5.5 hours. This was awesome, but
Yeah.
it is time. I got to go get some sleep.
I
So
don't
make
like
sure
it at all.
tomorrow night, 10 o'clock, Backwoods and Pest. We're going to do bugging out, bugging in, right?
Yep. Bugging out, bugging in, bug out bags versus get home bags. What's the difference? Why you should have, maybe one set up for bugging out just in case if you're decided to dig in like a tick and that's where you're gonna make your stand, then there's no really a reason for a bug out bag. You want to get home style bag. There's differences.
All right, so tomorrow night, 10 o'clock, Backwoods and Prepping. Tune in, guys. We'll be there. Thanks for stopping by. Appreciate it. And we will talk to you guys tomorrow. Arkansas, you want to say goodbye? Say bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Nighty-night.
Go away.
No. He's still alive. He kicked off his live.
He
He's
turned
still
himself
alive.
off. He didn't turn us off. He just turned everything else off.
He turned himself off. We can take over his stream now.
Shazam! Now what's up? All right. Let's
Yeah.
get
All right, let's get Arkansas style up in this joker, boy.
Right up. I've been here now.
I better text him.
No, don't let him know. Don't tell him.
Oh, there he is. He's
no.
I
back.
already know. I mean, come on. I hit the red X. I didn't hit the end broadcast. Come on.
We almost had it. We were fixing to make it cool like for 3 seconds.
You can go ahead. I'll give you 3 seconds. Go ahead. Ready, set, go.
Shazam! All right. Wait. Welcome to Not My
Wait a
Show.
minute. Wait a minute.
What?
We're still live. I didn't hit end broadcast.
That's what we